All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live for the 2026 NASCAR All-Star Race from Dover Motor Speedway. The first time ever that we have had an All-Star Race at Dover Motor Speedway. The first time in a long time that the All-Star Race has taken place during the day. It's been since the early 90s, 1991, in fact, the last day All-Star Race. And this one, the longest All-Star Race in NASCAR history, the biggest by way of field size, as we have a full 36-car field, which is not normal. There will be eliminations later on, and we'll go through all those steps and much more as we get into the start of today's stream. No pre-race for this weekend, with it being an exhibition race, because there's no fantasy to go over. If for whatever reason we have time to do trivia later, we will do that as well. But as of right now, not looking at doing trivia for this weekend. Appreciate everybody tuning in here on this Sunday afternoon. Hopefully you are all having a pretty good day, good weekend. So far, it's been a good weekend of racing at Dover across the Truck and O'Reilly Auto Parts Series races that were points-paying events between yesterday and Friday evening. And now it's time for the Cup Series main event of the weekend. $1 million to the race winner here today, as usual, for the All-Star Race. Full field starting lineup will look like this. Denny Hamlin on the pole after yesterday's pit stop competition / qualifying. Hamlin in that 11 crew, fastest overall between the two pit crew and driver combined. Brad Keselowski on row number 1 will start in the second place position. In row 2, Eric Jones and Ross Chastain, best start for Eric Jones this season. William Byron, Christopher Bell will make up row number 3. Bubba Wallace, Joey Logano in row number 4. Ty Gibbs alongside Austin Cindric in row number 5. Row 6, Kyle Busch, Alex Bowman, Noah Gragson, and Tyler Reddick in row number 7. Row 8 for Ty Dillon and Chase Briscoe. Row number 9, Austin Dillon, Shane Van Gisbergen, and rounding out the top half of the field in row 10, Josh Berry and Todd Gilliland. Riley Herbst alongside Cole Custer will be in row number 11. Row 12 for Cody Ware, Carson Hocevar. Zane Smith, Ryan Preece in row 13. Row 14, Connor Zilic and Ryan Blaney. Kyle Larson deep in the field as well in row 15 alongside Michael McDowell. Chase Elliott and Chris Buescher in row number 11. Elliott, a former All-Star Race winner. Daniel Suarez and, did I say row 11? Row 16 for Chase Elliott and Chris Buescher. It will be Daniel Suarez, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., or I should say, yeah, Daniel Suarez, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., row 17. Row 18 will be John Hunter Nemechek and AJ Allmendinger, rounding out the full field. Our segments for today's race will be 75 laps in segment number 1. Segment 2 will be 75 laps, and the final segment 200 laps, making up a full 350 lap race distance. Usually this race is 400 laps. With it being an exhibition race, it is a shortened, condensed version of the race, and we will see the field get split down to 26 drivers at the end of segment number 2. At the end of segment 1, there will be an inverse of the top 26 positions, and positions 27 through 36 will remain in the running order that they are in at the end of that said segment. There will be pit stops, obviously, no mandatory pit stops, so just based off of how they think the strategy is going to go. They shouldn't have to pit for fuel purposes in stage 1, or I should say segment 1 and segment 2, but there will be 2 pit stops for fuel purposes in the final stage, especially if we don't see a lot of cautions. That final stage, again, is going to be 26 drivers, so you got to be in the top 26 at the end of lap 150, which would be segment 2 for today before elimination occurs. Again, $1 million for the race winner. No points on the line. Win or bust for everybody in the field. 36 cars. Again, it is the largest All-Star Race field of all time. Usually we see race winners from the year before or the calendar year before automatically in the All-Star Race, and then an open with the best of the rest having to race their way in. Everybody is going to be starting this race of the 36 chartered teams that we see every weekend, and obviously with those 36 chartered teams in Cup, everybody is a full-time driver of those 36 that we will see in the field. So nobody unusual, I guess, if you will, for this year's All-Star Race compared to what we would usually see. So Denny Hamlin on the pole. He was the winner at Dover last season. Late race overtime / green light checker finish between he and teammate Chase Briscoe. Hamlin a runner-up the year before that at Dover to Kyle Larson. My pick for today's race, I got Kyle Larson. No fantasy league this week with it being an exhibition race as well. So we're not going to really have to touch on the KRC league this weekend. So 36 cars in segment 1 and segment 2. 26 cars in the final segment, as mentioned. The cars that will be locked in to that final segment before it even begins will be race winners between last season and this season. There will be a fan vote winner for the best of the rest. Past champions, all-star race winners, best combined segment of 1 and 2. So that's where the inversion is. It's not really the top 26 in the running order. It's the top 26 by way of average running position. So there is an emphasis to not fall to the back because of an inversion if you are in segment number 1. You want to stay up there at the front of the field as long as you can, and then you're going to want to race your way up in segment 2. It's going to be very confusing as far as trying to follow along at home, I believe, for these first 2 segments. Once we get to the final 200 laps, it's going to be a normal sprint. Mike Joy, flagman for today's race, not in the booth for the start of things, which is going to be very unusual for the Fox broadcast until he could get back up into the booth prior to dropping the green flag. Waving the green flag. He's not going to drop it. I would hope he doesn't drop it. Now, he's doing a great job out there. Green flag is in the air. We're underway in the All-Star Race 2026 edition at the Monster Mile. Aggressive start for Brad Keselowski, despite not being the pole sitter, will lead the field up off of turn 2 with the shortest distance around the track through the first turn. Denny Hamlin has been cleared and settles in the second place spot. Quite a big gap in between cars through those top 3 or 4 positions. 3 wide a little bit further back here. We got Connor Zilic. Oh, and a crash already into turn 1. Very hard hit for a couple of drivers. Kyle Larson's up against the fence. Ryan Blaney involved, I believe. Ryan Preece? Yeah, Ryan Preece had absolutely smoked the wall at the driver's side door of his car. Huge fire from behind as well. Window net is down for Preece. He is getting out under his own power, thankfully. That was a vicious impact into turn 1. Red flag immediately. Dangerous.
AC Custer right there, sitting at the top of the racetrack with that window net still up.
They got to get that fire put out. My goodness.
Custer on the radio right there. This 60 car saw Ryan Preece get out of it, but man, that was a massive
hit, massive fire.
Took into the outside wall. And they were 3 wide on the front straightaway. And
so much for taking right Larson for the win.
5-car Kyle Larson. Ryan Blaney's tore up.
Well, this is exactly the pressure that it puts on these drivers with these segments. You have to go. That's what they were trying to do. That car's going to
Chase Elliott with some damage.
You just got done saying the 5, the 9, and the 12 had trouble yesterday. It all starts right here with Gilliland in the middle. Preece is going to come around here. They're 3 wide off of 4. See Zilic coming on the bottom. Preece comes down.
Yeah, I don't know that Ryan Preece knew that the 34 was still there. He went down the racetrack
hard. That was an extremely hard hit with that 60 car, but definitely came down, whether he was cleared, to your point or not, Kevin.
Yeah,
that's what started it.
It just catches the left rear. You see him come down the racetrack right there. And that just sends Larson almost head on into the fence. On Ryan Blaney. See that car, Preece down there on fire. On board the 17 of Chris Buescher. See all those cars checking up right there.
Wow. Seas parted for Chris Buescher.
Look at it from on board the 5 of Kyle Larson.
Yeah, up into the wall. But this is that scenario, problems yesterday in qualifying, whether it was penalties or whatever else. Yeah.
Hey, Mark.
But this isn't the last of this. You're going to invert this second segment. This is not necessarily when I thought this was going to happen. I looked for this mayhem to happen in the second segment, and here we are, right off the bat.
Well, you've raced here so many times as well, Clinton, and you know that when it happens at this racetrack and somebody gets, especially on the straightaways like that, and when a car gets out of control and they start mixing it up, you just can't slow down, and everything just funnels down so fast, and tore up a bunch of good race cars right there.
Custer's obviously trying to get his, went back to the garage area. That's why his went when that's still up.
Let's listen to some radio from the 34 car of Todd Gilliland. Let's go on board with Ryan Preece right here. Looks like this is where that wreck started. He tries to change lanes. What a hit, Clint. I mean, that is a massive left side impact right there. Yeah. You don't ever hit anything soft here. And then all these cars full of fuel right there, probably still up in the fuel neck. And
well, the way it pulled that left rear wheel around, it was in the wheel well pretty weird. I don't know if it maybe pulled the collector tube off of it or something.
Yeah.
How the left rear's way back in the fender, and there's nothing in there. I think it jerked all that out. That's what caused the fire.
And they'll fill these cars up all the way into that fuel neck. That's how you fill the car up where Clint circled right there. And that whole thing will be full of fuel.
Okay, Larry, some of these cars are locked in. What can we do to these race cars that are locked in to be a part of the show in that third segment?
All right, remember, there were 9 drivers involved, some with major damage like Ryan Preece, some with just slight damage. This is 3 segments. It's almost like 3 races. We reset every single one. We'll reset after 75. We'll reset after the second 75, and that's when we start that 200-lap race. If you are Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, or Chase Elliott, you are locked in the show. If you can get that car repaired before the start of that final 200-lap segment, you are already locked in. You can start it. Now, the others, I think Preece, their day is done. But if you are John Hunter Nemechek, Cole Custer, Todd Gilliland, Michael McDowell Suarez, if you can get your car repaired now, you are still reset and you can start that second segment of 75 laps.
And that's why you saw them trying to stay in the car and get it to the garage area as fast as possible.
I'm not sure that Cole Custer's getting that one checked out. Both front wheels right there headed in different directions. But you see all the cars that were involved, and now you see the drivers locked into the final segment.
This is not where my focus was. And Mike, thank God you're back.
Yes.
You did a wonderful job. I knew you were going to nail it. You look good up there.
I learned from one of the best. I spent a lot of Friday nights in the PA booth at Stafford, Connecticut. Frank Scamato, Eddie Revue, and the flag stand, and Frank was a showman here. So he really did. I tried to do it well.
What is it? In the arm and the rib? Well, what's the technique?
Well, it's the figure 8.
Oh, yeah.
All right, to get them going. And then it's snap, snap, snap on every row.
Figure 8, snap, snap, snap. That's the combo, baby. Mike, a lot happened since you were down there.
Did I cause that, or what happened there?
Well, no. Green flag, I guess. Look at you.
There you go, figure 8s.
And here they come. Snap.
Oops.
I'm just glad you didn't fling the flag down there.
Well, I talked to Michael Waltrip and got advice from him earlier.
Huge hit for
this is so sad.
Gosh. You see that safer barrier move? Cannot tell you how many times that has helped save all of us on this racetrack.
9 cars involved.
Yeah, it was just, it looked like
Chase Elliott's speed. And we'll ride with A.J. Allmendinger, who started scratch on the field because his car was unable to cut the fires. The Celsius on board.
Safest cars in racing.
Always scary when you see flames.
Yep.
But you can see that driver's protected from them flames.
Where's your phone on?
All behind him.
And it looks like a backup car coming out, perhaps Ryan Blaney's.
Or maybe parts. Might be going for parts, Kevin.
We're gonna need some parts, that's for sure.
Yeah, that Mohawk Construction Corps. Good thing Ryan is okay. Jamie, hi.
Ryan Priest just walked out of the medical center. He just asked to see a replay, so we're trying to get that going for him. But Ryan, first off, that was a huge hit. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I seem to take big hits. But no, I mean, I don't know what happened. Obviously, I got to see a replay. But if it was anything, it was probably close on my part to go into turn one and just got sideways. So I'll have a better idea here. Can't really see it. Yeah, it didn't really show us there. So yeah, I mean, if it was my fault, I'm sorry. So yeah, tough way to not finish a race on lap one. So yeah, just move on to Charlotte.
Glad you're okay, Ryan.
Thanks.
Looked to me like he might have had some contact from behind as that started out. But we're informed by NASCAR and pickup cars are not allowed.
Yeah, he definitely had some help, and it came from him changing lanes right there. The 34 still right there, and it just caught that left rear fender as he was trying to come down the racetrack to block that run, and unfortunately wound up with a massive hit. And I'll be honest, guys, I have not seen one of these Gen 7 cars catch on fire like that. Very unique situation so early in the run with that car full of fuel, and the way that it bent that left rear, like you were talking about, Clint, that fuel neck probably full of fuel right there.
Yeah. Well, you'll definitely, they'll take this back, as we always do when we have an incident like this, and learn from it. But the way that wheel's, pulled back in the fender well there, and you can see nothing in the fuel neck, I think it's probably knocked that neck out of there and caught it on fire. Sparks or whatever else lit and ignited the fuel. But these cars, Kevin, they have a firewall here and here, and that keeps that fire and all that stuff out from the cockpit of that car.
That's one of the hardest hits I've seen in a while. And there's a lot of damage. That is what I thought.
So something else that's new this week, and it may have come into play right there. At the base of the A post on every car is a kill switch that rescue workers, as they're rushing to the driver's aid, can shut off all power to that car, most importantly to those electric fuel pumps. And that is now mandated. And it's in the same place, every car, every track, every race, for safety workers to be able to rely on the ability to do that.
Yeah, that's a great addition. Really, when you're in a situation like that, when a car is on fire and everything is happening so fast, and asking the safety worker to go through the process of flipping the switch off inside the car, now they can just push a button outside.
Now, this morning, crew chief Justin Alexander allowed us to sit in on Team 43's pre-race meeting. Stay hydrated, communicate like we've been doing, execute like we've been doing, and we can go out and have a great day. I really do believe that. So, just proud of everybody. Yeah, we're going to go get our all today. Whatever happens, happens. It's there's no points on the line, but there's a lot, $1 million to win. So, it's time to go get after it and leave it all out there. So, just appreciate everyone's hard work, and yeah, let's go get it. Eric Jeffy started third today. Larry, let's talk about these cars that are currently off track and what their options are to get back on.
Yeah, and Mike, to your point, I confirm with NASCAR as well, even though these are like 3 different races, you cannot unload a backup car. The reason you don't see anybody working on anything is we're under red flag conditions. If you're planning on working on your car on pit road or in the garage area, you can make a plan, but you can't start working until they lift the red flag. Now, like Chase Elliott, the 9 car that's on pit road, when they throw the caution, he's under the DVP clock, the damaged vehicle policy. It's 7 minutes. They have 7 minutes to get that car repaired and back on the racetrack, or they have to go to the garage. In the garage, you can repair your car as long as you want to, but when you come out of the garage, you have one attempt. You have 3 laps to meet minimum speed. If you can't do that, you're done for the day.
I mean, that's Larry. Jamie is with Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, and I just finished talking about it's been a tough weekend for you and this team. You qualified 28th, and just like that, it's over on lap 1, Ryan. What did you see?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really see much. I knew they were 3 wide ahead of me, and it looked like someone got kind of hooked or something. It just got tight, and honestly, I thought I missed the main wreck that happened above me, and then I think that some guys got tangled underneath. And then came up into me. But yeah, it just stinks. I mean, like you said, kind of days over before it even gets started. And, but we'll move on. I don't know if we can get it fixed or not. We'll see. But yeah, unfortunate day for Menards and Wrangler and Ford and everyone who helps out a lot and thinks we don't get to race. But never know. Maybe we'll get it fixed. I see my guys bringing some bumpers out and stuff. So maybe we'll be able to get in the last segment. We'll see.
All right, hustle back to the garage. We'll see what Ryan Blaney can do, guys.
Thanks, Jamie. Talked to the governor this morning, Matt Meyer. This is the biggest sporting event in the state of Delaware. And heard from both Mike Birch at Speedway Motorsports and Steve O'Donnell, the CEO of NASCAR, that the Cup Series is in Delaware to stay. This is an important market for them. We will be back at Dover next year. It might be a point race, might be the All-Star race, who knows. But we're here for a while, so concrete and crab cakes for everybody. The All-Star Race continues next on FS1.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
Main Ford is synonymous with racing. You've got to keep pushing.
It sure isn't paved.
It's a challenge just to
I got it.
Under a red flag condition, well, not any longer. I guess we're back to caution. Red flag for an opening corner of lap 2 crash. End of the front stretch. Ryan Preece, not realizing he was 3 wide, kind of cut down on Todd Gillen, who was in the middle of 3 wide. Kyle Larson on the bottom, hooked himself across both front bumpers of those race cars. Hard driver's side door into the wall, big fire. A lot more drivers also collected and in the garage area or on pit road for repairs. I believe they said 7 cars total were involved in the crash. It looked like there could have been more, but 7 at least were listed as involved. Daniel Suarez, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Ryan Preece, Todd Gillen, Kyle Larson, and I'm not sure who the other car is, at least by the eye test, but there appears to have been at least 1 more involved. We haven't seen the physical list since they came back from commercial. Brad Keselowski leading the opening lap of the race under green before the lap 2 caution and red flag. And repairs are being made to those who have a chance to race in the final segment. There are guaranteed spots for the final segment by way of winners over the last couple of years, past All-Star Race winners, as we usually see, and then also the best average finish would be the rest of the field, basically, to fill up those 26 positions in a fan vote, like we would usually see in an All-Star race. As far as the drivers who could still continue because they had won a race either in 2025 or 2026, Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott involved in that crash, they are locked into the final segments, but they are not going to be able to get back out more than likely for segment 1. There's a chance Chase Elliott may be in this race still for segment number 1. But as Larry McReynolds stated, it's like 3 separate races. So they will get back on the lead lap when things reset for the 200-lap dash at the end if they can make the necessary repairs for Larson and Blaney's car. They're in the garage. Chase Elliott is under the DVP clock as he was able to drive his way back to pit road. If they cannot continue, I would believe that the rest of those 26 spots would be filled by the best of the rest, but I also can't confirm that either.
Cars are back here in the garage, the 12 car
To say
right
the
lady.
least.
Of course, we saw them getting the bumpers out as he was doing his interview a little while ago. They are going to do everything they can to repair that 12 car, try to get it back out for the final 200 laps. The same goes for the 5 of Kyle Larson. They looked at it in the pit stall. They determined they needed to go behind the garage to make the necessary repairs, or back to the garage to make the necessary repairs to that 5 car. They just rolled back here, but a really good plan from Cliff Daniels. They've been talking it over, and as soon as the car got here, the parts were immediately going basically off of the hauler onto that race car. So busy times down here for these crew guys.
Remind you that these cars are locked into the 200 lap finale. So they have 146 laps to work and make repairs and get them tuned up.
You were probably calling the 2001 All-Star race when we drove into turn 1 and it started raining
Without completing a lap.
and we wiped out almost the whole field, and they let us actually change the rule that day that you could actually pull the backup car out of the trailer because of extreme circumstances, aka they didn't have enough cars to continue the race. But that was this reminds me a little bit of that 2001 All-Star race that we did.
This is pretty extreme.
This is pretty extreme.
And I believe on that night, Jeff Gordon, Ray Abraham pulled a car out of the hauler and won with it with a backup car.
Yeah, we did not. We pulled
sorry.
our backup car out. we did not win.
We did work on it as .com cam on board of Chris Buescher. It's currently 24th. Fellas, you got to do this because you stand up on that flag stand, you got 25,000 horsepower coming at you. But did it catch you off guard? What a rush. That was fun. Good for you. And my neck doesn't hurt, Clint.
All right, Kevin, this start of the race. He gave him the bottom.
That's a good comment. Clint Boyer was complaining about his neck hurting after the truck race yesterday, or Friday, excuse me. Mike Joy, very witty, Mike Joy. Green flag back in the air. Veselowski won the initial restart or start of the race on the inside of row 1, so he actually takes the bottom again despite the top lane being the preferred lane on the restarts at Dover. Brad Keselowski in that 6 car. Still able to get the jump necessary to get out in front of Denny Hamlin. Yet again on the inside. Hamlin going to have to go to work on those restarts and get better. He's going to want to get himself into a good contention to try to win this race. Obviously, only being a couple laps in, we don't know what the long run speed is going to look like for a lot of these drivers, so that has yet to be determined. Much safer start, it looks like, after the early caution, vicious impact, red flag. Field reset, back running again. Cole Custer, by the way, was that other car that I was going through the list of drivers involved in the accident. Cole Custer will be done for the day. And not only that, but he is not going to be able to compete anyway, considering he's not an automatic lock, as he has not won in the last calendar year. So a lot of jostling for position. It's still very much aggressive out there, despite the early caution. Drivers throwing late blocks at the end of the straightaway, not giving a lot of room to cars on the bottom if they're running an outer lane, trying to pinch them down a bit. Two-tenths of a second lead for Keselowski over Hamlin. 9/10 back to William Byron in third. A 1.9 second lead to Ross Chastain in fourth, who is doing a triple duty weekend. And Bubba Wallace, 2.3 seconds back in the fifth spot. Every lap led by Brad Keselowski in the sixth thus far. 75 lap opening segment, and there will be a field inversion at the end of this segment. And the best average finish for those who are not locked into segment number 3 will have to race their way just as hard as they are right now. And we're seeing that at the back of the pack. Everybody wants a shot at that $1 million, and with a couple cars maybe taken out of the race that were automatic locks, it could open up an opportunity for a better opportunity for maybe one of those not-so favorites to go to victory lane here this afternoon. And $1 million for some of these smaller teams would be absolutely massive or drivers who aren't necessarily used to running up front. We saw Ryan Preece earlier this season win an exhibition race despite not winning an actual Cup Series points-paying race in his career. So it's been done before, and already this season, I'm not going to count anybody out of it. Keselowski soaring up the racetrack through turns 3 and 4. Denny Hamlin with a lane down to the bottom, trying to get to the inside, slips the rear tires and loses speed off the exit of turn 4. Keselowski will hold on again and then put Hamlin in a little bit of a dirty air bubble as he pulls down to the bottom right across the nose of the 11 car. Hamlin has to lift as he gets tight through the center of 1 and 2, loses a few extra car lengths. Keselowski still holds on. Now, the best average finish at the end of segment number 1 and 2 combined is going to set the starting lineup for that third and final segment. So with Keselowski and Hamlin being locks, if you will, more than likely for that final segment. That is why they're racing so hard for the race lead, despite it only being lap number 16 right now. Very unique circumstance. Still a lot on the line, despite there not being points, and it is win or bust, so that might up the ante a little bit when it comes to aggressiveness. Hamlin again up the racetrack, but this time it looked to be by design as he enters flat and then goes to the middle, center off, wins the race back to the throttle, trying to get as much clean air in the nose as possible to help the rotation through the center of the turn. Keselowski wiggles a bit from the rear on the outside lane through turns 3 and 4. Hamlin back to the inside again. Keselowski leads at the line, but Hamlin by a nose still up the inside. Into turns 1 and 2 now. Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski continue their battle for the lead, and they'll continue side by side down the back straightaway. There's a great battle between the 6 and the 11 right now. There was some resin that was applied to the racetrack on Thursday evening, and they were not going to touch the resin the rest of the weekend, despite all the on-track activity that was going on between Truck Series, O'Reilly Series, and Cup Series racing. Hamlin in the 11 out in front for the first time today now. Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Ross Chastain, Bubba Wallace, the top 5 in the running order. "21 laps complete out of 75 in this opening segment. 4 lead changes already, all between the 6 and the 11. They were battling side by side for about 2 to 3 laps. They had a couple of lead changes in there as well, plus obviously the opening lap with Keselowski getting the lead from Denny Hamlin. Kyle Busch moving past Joey Logano for 9th place on the racetrack. Trending in the correct direction has been Kyle Busch in the 8 car in recent weeks. Really, ever since that crew chief change, and obviously at Talladega with the Super Speedway getting a top 10 finish, there has been more speed, and not only the 8 car, but the 3 car as well, of Austin Dillon having more consistent runs as of late. Busch, good qualifying effort, and holding on to a top 10 position and moving forward slightly since the start of the race today, up 4 positions. Most positions gained since the lap 7 restart. After the red flag, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. up 7 spots, 6+ positions gained for Michael McDowell. Tyler Reddick and Chase Elliott both up 5, which is good to see for Chase Elliott and Elliott fans out there that he did have damage from that earlier incident, but is moving forward in the running order. He's still back in 25th, but there's life for that 9 car, and obviously because he's making passes, he has met minimum speed, so Chase Elliott will still be able to participate, and when that final segment comes, we'll see where he's going to be at. Now, obviously, his average finish might not be that great, at least for segment number 1, but there is a field inversion for the top 26 positions at the end of segment 1, so he could restart up at the front. Maybe clean air will be king like it's been most of the weekend. There are only 30 cars on the lead lap, with 6 of which a lap down, so only the last 4 cars that are actually on the racetrack right now would not get the field invert. And that is just based off of how things are looking at the moment. We still got a second segment left. We don't know if anybody else is going to get knocked out of the race. Cody Ware, the 51 car, just went a lap down in that 30th place position. Same for Daniel Suarez at 31st. Suarez had some damage from the early incident. I'm not sure if Cody Ware did or not, but again, Ware is a lap down at the very least also. Zane Smith now the last car in the lead lap in 29th. Top 10 in the running order in segment 1. Denny Hamlin leads 2.5-second advantage over Brad Keselowski. William Byron 3rd, Ross Chastain 4th, Bubba Wallace in 5th, Tyler Reddick 6th place, 7th for Eric Jones, Christopher Bell 8th, Kyle Busch in 9th, and Joey Logano rounding out the top 10. So if there was no field inversion, I would have taken Denny Hamlin for the win. If it was a normal straight-up race, starting on the front row, track position's huge at a track like Dover, very difficult to pass. He was of the fastest cars in practice, short and long run, 3rd fastest overall, qualified on the pole. I really liked Hamlin. Obviously, the pit crew performing and qualifying as well, not failing the 11 team this weekend. Hamlin, I think, is the favorite for the race win today personally, but I went with Larson with the field inversion. I thought he could get more spots in the opening segment. Obviously, was going for it inside of 3 wide. Things didn't work out for him. And if he is to continue, he is going to be locked into the final segment, but he will have to start at the back, and we don't know what kind of damage he's going to have when it comes to can he actually compete on a competitive basis, but they're going to do what they can. Other news that was announced earlier in the race, Mike Joy had said that he had talked to the governor and of the state of Delaware, as well as NASCAR president Steve O'Donnell, and NASCAR will be returning to Dover at some point next year. Don't know whether that's the All-Star race or a points-paying race yet for next season, but we will see NASCAR at Dover. I know that's been up in the air over the last week or so, plus just in the murmurings and just overall outlook on Dover Motor Speedway and the sport of NASCAR. Will they stick around? They will be sticking around. So, and he did say Cup Series racing specifically. So I don't know if that means maybe they're downsizing the truck and O'Reilly Series. Will all 3 series be here next year? But we know for a fact Cup Series for sure will be at Dover in some capacity next year. And I will say, of the crowd in the grandstands, especially on the front stretch, they've been full through the truck, O'Reilly, and Cup races this weekend. It seems like a lot of the people that are there for the Cup race today have been there all weekend. That is a good sight to see. So usually getting good turnouts at Dover. Weather has been kind of crappy the last several years with rain. There was a rain delay in the middle of the race last season. I believe they raced on Monday each of the 2 years before that. So obviously that doesn't help with things. And then now they've lost a points-paying race. So it's been tough for Dover, Delaware. I know a lot of you guys are not only fans of the track, but go there annually. A lot of early members of the channel that I know specifically like going to Dover every year or usually do. So good to hear that you guys can go back again next season also. Great facility as well, I will say, being there back in 2021. The only time I've been to Dover, but it's definitely a track I'd like to get back to, so I'm glad also as a fan that they are staying there. And they've had a long tenure time there as they have been going to Dover at least once a year since 1969 and looking to keep that around for the long term. Denny Hamlin in the 11 has been just beating everybody up at the front of the field. 4.5-second lead now. William Byron during the last commercial break was able to make a pass for second over Brad Keselowski. Brad now sits in 3rd. 40 laps to go yet in segment number 1. Full field running order. 19 minutes into the race, Denny Hamlin leads. William Byron 2nd. Brad Keselowski 3rd. Ross Chastain in 4th. 5th is Bubba Wallace with Tyler Reddick 6th. Eric Jones 7th. Christopher Bell now up to 7th. And Jones back to 8th. Pass for position there. Kyle Busch in 9th and Joey Logano rounding out the top 10. Chase Briscoe in 11th, Ty Gibbs 12th, Austin Cindric 13th, Carson Hocevar 14th, 15th is Alex Bowman. Noah Gragson in 16th, Austin Dillon 17th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 18th, Connor Zilic 19th, and Josh Berry in 20th. 21st is Ty Dillon with Riley Herbst in 22nd, Michael McDowell 23rd, Chase Elliott 24th, and Shane Van Gisbergen in 25th. AJ Allmendinger 26th, John Hunter Nemechek 27th, Chris Buescher 28th, Zane Smith 29th, still the last car in the lead lap. Daniel Suarez, first car off of the lead lap, but he is now 2 laps down in 30th. Cody Ware, I believe, does have damage because he is now 3 laps down at 31st, but still on track at the moment. Ryan Blaney, 32nd in the garage area. Kyle Larson, 33rd. Todd Gillen, 34th. 35th for Ryan Preece, and Cole Custer last in 36th with his finish of today's race. Halfway through segment 1, 38 laps down. Another 37 to go out of 75. Sorry, I'm in the middle of texting somebody. I don't believe there's going to be any pauses in between segments, and it's going to be a normal caution period. I don't know if laps under caution will be counted between segment 1 and segment 2. It's just because of the way the broadcast booth at times has just stated, and I know Larry McReynolds multiple times has said it's basically like 3 separate races. Caution laps themselves do count over the 350. Not always the case, but we have seen that. Keselowski, a great short run car, but fading as the long run continues in that RFK number 6 Ford Mustang. Bubba Wallace in the 3rd place position as of right now after making a pass on Keselowski in recent laps, and Tyler Reddick in the 45 now putting pressure on the 6 as well. So both 2311 Toyotas up in the top 5, 3 Toyotas total up there with Hamlin the race leader. Only Chevy in the top 5 is William Byron at the moment. Chastain, who started 3rd, is back to 6th. Kyle Busch still on the move as he got by Eric Jones recently, now for 8th. I believe on our Raw feed, the only reason Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson are 32nd, 33rd, despite not being showed in those positions on the Fox leaderboard, from what I'm noticing, is probably because they have an automatic spot for segment number 3. So probably for that reason, they're going to get a higher finish. And again, with this being a non-points race, that really doesn't matter. And I don't think they even pay anything for second on back either. Ryan Blaney up atop, I believe, the trailer right now, watching the race and trying to take as many mental notes as possible for what he needs to do if he can get back behind the wheel of this one. Slight contact into turn 1. Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano. Briscoe slides it into turns 3 and 4. Almost looked like Logano maybe was going to try to duck in line behind him, nearly mistimed it. Either that or late side draft into the corner, whatever the case was. The two, if they didn't make contact, they were very close to doing so. Vote for who you think is going to win today's race in our chat poll. That will remain open until the end of segment number 2. 43 votes have been casted so far. And I said 2020 All-Star Race. I meant 2026. I can't end the poll, so that's just going to say 2020. But the 2026 All-Star Race, who will win it? Neither of these guys won the actual 2020 All-Star Race. That was Chase Elliott and Bristol. But somebody other than Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, at 40%, of course, with Blaney and Larson taken out on lap 2 with that incident, their votes have definitely dropped quite a bit. Denny Hamlin at 23% of the votes, 26% for Larson, and 12% for Blaney. But again, not completely out of the race, but chances have dwindled. Even if they get their cars fully fixed, they're going to be mid-pack when we're about halfway through this race. Marcus Villarreal, Wade, Bam Hall, Judo, Bond 1771, Terry Lewis, AJF, Ethan Chua, Kyle Riker, Steve J. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Regine Huddleston, welcome to the stream. Duddlebug5, welcome in. Haven't given any shout-outs yet, so I'm going through all that right now while they're under another side-by-side commercial break. I don't believe I've missed anybody else. Ethan Chua, maybe? Welcome in. No KRC picks today. No fantasy this weekend with it being an exhibition race. Mike, welcome to the stream. All right. 61 concurrent viewers watching. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Early going of today's exhibition race, the All-Star Race. at Dover Motor Speedway. Coca-Cola 600/Indy 500 week next week, and we will be doing Indy 500 live commentary next Sunday afternoon, kind of a one-off, only IndyCar race we do every year on the channel. This will be the third consecutive year of doing live commentary for the Indianapolis 500. Start time for that stream next Sunday will be 12:30 p.m. Eastern. And obviously, I will post that in the community tab the closer we get to next week. But Indy 500 next weekend on the channel. So it's going to be a big weekend of streaming, as that is, of course, the biggest race in the world, at least in my personal opinion. Many of yours, I'm sure, as well. 110th running of the Indy 500 at that. And excited to see what's going to happen. Qualifying got postponed because of rain yesterday. They will be qualifying this afternoon. I believe they started at noon Eastern earlier today, and they will go for the pole later this evening. I believe at 4 p.m. Eastern is what I saw. They will be qualifying for those top 12 positions, which would be probably shortly after the All-Star race concludes. 20 laps to go in segment number 2. Top 10 in the running order has Denny Hamlin up by 4.5 seconds over William Byron. That lead has been right there at 4.5 seconds since Byron got to second place. So Hamlin hasn't really distanced himself on Willie B. Bubba Wallace is in third at 4.7 seconds out of the lead. 7.1 seconds back for Tyler Reddick in fourth. Ross Chastain 7.7 seconds back in fifth. Sixth place is Christopher Bell, 8.6 seconds out of the lead, 8.8 back for Brad Keselowski in seventh as he has dropped like a rock after leading early. Kyle Busch in eighth place is 9 seconds back. Chase Briscoe in ninth is 9.6 seconds off the lead, and Eric Jones 10.2 seconds out of the lead, rounding out the top 10. Tyler Reddick up 8 positions since the last restart, tied for the most with Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who's also up 8 spots. Chase Elliott up 9 positions from 30th to 21st, 7 for McDowell, the 22nd place, and 6 for Carson Hocevar are your biggest movers. 8 spots lost for Noah Gragson after qualifying in the top 10. Shane Van Gisbergen down 6 spots. Ty Dillon down 8. Zane Smith down 6. Josh Berry off the lead lap and down 10 positions. He's in the free pass position at the moment as the first car lap down. Field inversion at the end of lap 75 in the first segment across the top 26 positions. So whoever will be 26 will be the leader. Best average finish of both segments combined will set the starting lineup for the third and final segment. Chase Briscoe looking to make another pass for position. Battling with Keselowski for 8th. Brad doesn't want to bleed any more spots, because if his car's struggling as bad as it is in traffic right now and on the longer run and they can't get that fixed and he doesn't move forward in the final segment, the worst finish he gets here, that's going to hurt him. Come segment 3, he's going to be starting very deep in the field. Bubba Wallace, meanwhile, making a pass for second, looking strong late in segment 1 as he gets by William Byron. And lap time-wise, he was 0.3 of a second faster than Denny Hamlin that last lap. Chastain back in the top 5 to 5th also as he got by Christopher Bell recently. And Briscoe did make the pass on Keselowski for 8th as well. $15 laps to go in segment number 1. Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell also battling for 6th on the racetrack. Car up against the wall, Carson Hocevar. And this will bring out a caution on the speedway with 14 laps left in segment 1. Hocevar in the wall in 3 and 4.
This Talladega win, very popular across the country, social media, even people that don't have any idea what NASCAR is knew about his celebration at Talladega, and that got him into the All-Star finale, locked in, but he's been up against it.
What do you think here, Larry?
Well, we're going to go back racing. We're going to probably go back racing with about 6, 7, 8 laps to go. You have limited sets of tires, including what you started to race on. You only have 6 sets of stickers, but you have those qualifying scuffs. I think you're going to need tires. If you don't put tires on, you're going to get run over. This would be a good opportunity to use one of those sets of scuffs from qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, and it looks like that's exactly what we showed. That tire has come unwound there on the right front. You saw that big wad of on the racetrack that was all spun together. That's what happens sometimes when these tires come apart like that right there.
Don't be surprised that somebody does try to stay out here trying to steal a good finish, but I just don't have a good feeling about that.
Man, I'd be mad at my crew chief if he left me out. As bad as these things are to drive right now, I'd be mad at you, Larry.
The steering wheel, come on down pit road.
I've done it.
They're seeing a way up high out of the groove. Knew he had trouble. I think he kept it out of the fence for the most part.
Let's ride along. 77.
And you can hear it.
Oh, no, he didn't keep it out. He hit it pretty hard.
Yeah, you can hear that tire. You can hear the tire coming apart, hitting the hood and the crush panels, everything.
There's the breaststroke cam on board. Austin Dillon, he is 15th. Richard Childress Racing. Kyle Busch up in 7th spot after restarting on 11th. Fellas, let's talk about this with 12 laps to go and the idea that we're going to invert the first 26 finishers 12 laps from now. Where do you want to be at the end of this one? Do you want to be up front and start out back? Do you want to be in the middle of the field and start a little farther forward?
I'm going to be first.
I want to win this one and figure out the next one.
As far forward as you can get, and I agree with Clint, that's rare, but I agree with him that you want to be as far forward as possible in every segment.
All right, Josh Berry gets the free pass on this second caution of the day. Now, we remind you that some cars are still being worked on in hopes of being in the 200-lap finale, for which they are already locked in. And that includes Kyle Larson and Ryan Blaney. Here's our aero coverage, brought to you by Goodyear. Born on the track, built for the street. The Goodyear blimp is here. I saw it Friday, but it was up in Pennsylvania over the PGA Championship, not far from the Philadelphia airport.
Well, they didn't have to go far.
Yeah, sorry it didn't make its way down here to Dover. It's not far.
There you see that right front tire that came off the 77 car.
All right, pit road will be open this time. They'll get a fresh set of Goodyears if they want them and fill up with Sunoco race fuel with Poet Zero Carbon bioethanol. Sunoco refines that fuel about 60 miles from here in Marcus Hook, Pennsylvania, just north of the Delaware line. Jamie?
And Denny Hamlin just saying he's a little tight mid-corner, a little loose into 3. We could see a mixed bag here. He was talking about tires. They might take right sides only here for the 11. Meanwhile, the 24, William Byron was pretty good. The 2-3, though, he was barely hanging on there. Looks like right sides as well.
And one thing about it, these drivers that pitted, they still have to come back and put sticker tires on between the 2 segments. They can't stay out.
Supposed to be non-competitive pit stops. We will have less than 10 laps to go in this first 75-lapper.
All right, so we have a select few that come on to pit road. William Byron wins the race out of the pits. He was in the 3rd place position prior to pitting, taking fresh tires for late in the segment. And a mixed bag between those who pitted and those who did not. So we're going to wait for them to get back to the start-finish line this time by the leaders, that is, which is Denny Hamlin and Bubba Wallace. And then we'll go over who will be towards the top of the leaderboard for this next restart. We'll have that field inversion at the end of segment number 1. We'll see who's going to be able to hold their spots. Pete Kramer, welcome to the stream. Agree with Clint. I know that's very. That's what Kevin Harvick said. I would say same here. There's just over 70 concurrent viewers watching. Greatly appreciate everybody tuning in here this afternoon, Dover, Delaware, for live commentary coverage of the 2026 NASCAR All-Star Race. Be here all the way to the finish of this one today. Winner taking home $1 million. We'll take our first break. You're listening live on KRC. So Denny Hamlin, Bubba Wallace, top two. Ross Chastain shuffles up to third, staying out of the pits. Christopher Bell in fourth. Chase Briscoe in fifth. And Brad Keselowski sixth. Joey Logano seventh. Austin Cindric eighth. Alex Bowman ninth. And Riley Herbst 10th. Shane Van Gisbergen in 11th is the last of those that stayed out of the pits. William Byron, who won the race off pit road, is now 12th. So top 11 stay out of the pits. 12th on back through the rest of the lead lap came to pit road. Josh Berry in 28th place gets the free pass. He's now back on the lead lap. He was the first car one lap down. At the time of incident, Carson Hocevar caused the caution in turns 1 and 2. And Hocevar, another one of those drivers who has a win in the last calendar year, so he is locked into the main event. If he can get that car fixed, there's a pretty significant hit into the wall in turn 2. So he's probably back in the garage area, much like Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson, trying to get their cars fixed for segment number 3. He was running mid-pack just outside the top 10 at the time of his crash.
Road opened. 11 cars stayed out. The first 11 cars Van Gisbergen stayed on track, and then I have at least 10 cars taking tires only. A lot of different strategies here to finish this off.
Yeah, and my gut tells me that you're going to want those tires. I know there's only going to be, let's see, 7 laps to go right now, and they're choosing, so they're going to have to survive for 6. So actually, all those caution laps gave those guys up front a little bit of help.
For sure helped them, but you're going to see these guys coming in a hurry. This is a recipe for disaster.
And you're right. And you saw what happened on the first lap. And a lot of times you see those guys spinning their tires, all those burnout marks on the front straightaways. You see Kyle Larson looking on
the bench. Row 14, William Byron will be the first car, I believe, with tires, with 2 tires. Byron, Reddick, Gibbs, Jones.
Yeah, Kyle Larson was right there with him. Got that speeding penalty, and now he's going to have to work himself up from the back.
Kyle Busch.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Larson, he's the guy sitting down there on the bench, Clint.
I know what you meant. Whoa. Toyota Cam for Bubba Wallace. Can Wallace and Hamlin, without fresh tires, hold this group off?
They can't.
Having 11 cars that stayed out of the pits are going to help the 2 in the front row. Hamlin and Wallace try to keep their track position. Only 6 laps to go. That is 6 miles at Dover Motor Speedway on the restart. Hamlin on the outside of row 1 gets a great launch. Best he's had on a restart today. Green flag back in the air. Wallace will hop nearly in line behind him, trying to side draft off the left rear as the 2 cars make contact into the first turn. Hamlin not giving the 23 a whole lot of room to race. And Byron and the rest of the field on those 4 fresh tires, about 60 laps worth, trying to shove themselves forward. Bubba Wallace gets by Denny Hamlin for the lead, and despite Hamlin getting a better launch through the restart zone, still struggles to keep the lead on another restart. And the 23 is out in front and trying to gap the 11 and put as much separation between himself and the rest of the drivers on 4 fresh tires as well. Byron up to 9th place. Austin Cindric making a pass on Christopher Bell for 5th. 6th place, sorry. Joey Logano also trying to muscle his way in there. Byron kind of blocked in right now. Behind that battle between the 2, the 22, and the 20. Finally gets by Bell up to 8th. But down to 3.5 laps to go as Wallace circuits down the back straightaway. Nearly 3 wide off the exit of turn 2. A little bit of contact. And 3 wide into 3 as Riley Herbst is in the middle. 48 of Bowman slides wide. 4 wide to the bottom of the track. A mix of those on fresh and old tires. Things getting narrow up off the exit of the corner. Again, another crash at the end of the front straightaway. And another big one. In the same exact spot, we did see one on lap 2 as well. Kyle Busch involved along with Chase Elliott again, Zane Smith, John Hunter Nemechek, Riley Herbst in the middle of it. I believe the 42 of Nemechek also involved. Gregson's in it. And with 3 laps to go in segment 1, I think this is going to end the first segment under caution. Bubba Wallace, segment 1 winner. With Denny Hamlin second, Ross Chastain third, Chase Briscoe in fourth, Brad Keselowski fifth, Austin Cindric sixth, William Byron in seventh, Joey Logano eighth, Austin Dillon ninth, and Tyler Reddick in 10th.
Torn up.
We might be looking for some cars to go out and get on the racetrack to make 26 at this pace.
Elliott's, that car's got heavy front end damage. It might be done for the day. All right, watch Riley Herbst in the 35 right in the middle. Product of those old tires. See Bill in trouble behind him. Starts to get loose up off the corner. Bowman's there.
Oh,
Not enough room, and they're wrecking. And as Nemechek comes across, who does he catch but Kyle Busch, who had been penalized for speeding and ends up in this?
That's the way it works. When you shoot yourself in the foot, you wind up back here in the hornet's nest, and that's the end of it.
So this will end segment 1, maybe just in time for some of these drivers. We'll give you the scoring, the rundown, and look at the inverse when we come back. Another car crash. Boom, 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 boom.
yeah, we're going to have less than 26 cars on the track when we begin this next segment, so the invert's going to be a little interesting because those that are involved in this crash that can't continue are going to be at the back, and there might be some that are going to have damage and remain on the lead lap without going to the garage for repairs, some of which, most of the cars involved in this crash are actually not locked in to the main 26 car field anyway. So they're going to do all they can to keep themselves in this race. They have to stay on the lead lap at this moment, or at least close to it. I guess if they fall off the lead lap, they would have the invert anyway for the top 26 spots. But it's going to take NASCAR a bit to kind of get things sorted out here. I'd expect this is going to be a lengthy caution, so we can get the exact running order. 2 gigantic crashes in segment 1, filled with only 75 laps out of the 350 in this afternoon's All-Star race. Things bottlenecking up between drivers on old and new tires. And again, Bubba Wallace, your segment 1 winner under caution. Making the pass on Denny Hamlin on the restart. Hamlin falling to second place on every restart of this race today, whether he was the control car like he was starting on the pole or not the control car like he was on the second restart. Last restart, he was the control car, but Wallace flat out beat him. And every restart, Hamlin's been on the outside of row number 1, so maybe he does have to take the bottom and change things up, despite that not being the controlled lane. Throughout pretty much every restart so far this weekend, Truck or O'Reilly, the top has been far and away the dominant lane, but that has not been the case, at least for Hamlin, this afternoon. 5 lead changes in the opening segment, 3 cautions, 2 big ones, 13 laps under yellow, and we're going to reset the field here shortly. Top 26 will be inverted. And there might be some cars with damage from this crash that are going to be up at the front of the pack. And that could shake things up and kind of bottleneck things on the next restart. Non-competitive pit stops will be upcoming with the end of this segment. First DNF for the 9 this season. Well, it doesn't count as an actual DNF in the stat book for the season side of things because this is a non-points race, so he'll still have that goose egg in the DNF column. Cars involved in the wreck include Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, AJ Allmendinger, Chris Buescher, Christopher Bell, Riley Herbst, Zane Smith, John Nemechek, and Alex Bowman.
At least one driver in Georgia. This is done. Everybody gets to come in and work on their car.
Christopher Bell involved.
Yeah, you see that 35 car right there in the middle of the screen, the treetop car. Riley Herbst gets loose. He's already loose. Bowman just gets into him because he isn't able to finish the corner. and then you just see the stack up behind them.
That's a product of old tires and new tires coming pressure. You saw Bell in trouble even before that. They were along for the ride there. And folks, this straightaway is banked, as are the corners, so you just don't straighten out like you do on a flat surface.
And narrow. I mean, it is so narrow. There are not very many places to get out of trouble.
It's special. All right, while they're working out the invert and the lineup, Josh, you had 9 cars crash to start this, 9 cars crash to end it. It's been an eventful day.
Well, yeah, it certainly has been an eventful day, Mike. Josh Sims alongside Jamie McMurray got the start-finish line just behind us. Victory lane just right over your shoulder. A driver will be there later on getting a million, what we say, smackaroos? Is that what? Smackatellis. Smackatellis. There you go. Yeah. Well, let's check out all the action that we had so far in segment number 1. Mike Joy.
How about that?
Waving the green flag, and he did not drop it. That's great to see, but as this thing started, we saw a little chaos. 9-car pileup right away, Jamie.
Yeah, on lap 2, you see that Priest, that massive hit that he had down in turn 1, a little bit of fire in that car. So we right on board here with a few different guys, see their perspective. You just don't realize how fast this track is until you're trying to get slowed down. That was a huge impact by the 60 car. Glad to see that Ryan was okay.
Yeah, check the release from the infield care center. Carson Hostfart later on. A tire goes down for him, so he gets into the wall. Tough break for the 77. They take that back to the garage. And then, like we started, we kind of get towards the end of this, and another 9-car crash.
We've bookmarked it for sure. This first stage right here. Definitely a product of some guys being on new tires, some guys being on old tires. At this point, Josh, I'm hoping that we have enough cars left to actually run the final 200 laps.
Well, Bubba Wallace was your stage winner, or I'll say segment. We're doing segments for the first 75 laps. Let's check in with our pit reporter, Regan Smith.
Well, Josh, Jamie just mentioned if there's going to be enough cars to run these final laps, I can tell you, based on the work going on down here in the garage, it is extremely busy. We got Riley Herbst just involved in that last wreck. He just got pulled in. Christopher Bell, he came into the garage as well. We've talked about Ryan Blaney. They're still repairing this race car over there, trying to get it back out for the end of the race. Carson Hosevar sitting over here. More cars pulling in. The 9-car Chase Elliott being pulled in the garage right now. Kyle Larson standing here right now watching his guys work on his car. Kyle, I know you don't want to be back here in the garage, but with this format, still maybe a chance to get back out there and have a little fun later?
Yeah, and I mean, I've seen our team pull off some crazy stuff before in the past, so yeah, we'll see if they can get it fixed up enough. It looks like 5-team arts and crafts right now, so nice class in session, I guess. But yeah, I try to make the most out of a shitty day.
Well, arts and crafts, as you described it right there, we know you got a pretty good paintbrush on the racetrack to figure something out also, guys.
So, Jamie, your take on the arts and crafts with everything we've seen so far.
That was the interview of the whole weekend right there by Kyle Larson. Perfect way to talk about his frustrating day. Yeah, I mean, look, for me, watching Hamlin kind of dominate that first segment.
There you go.
Yeah,
segment. Nailed it.
And then Bubba being able to pass him on the restart. Just got to keep our eye on what those guys are able to do as they get back in traffic here. Can they adjust on their cars and get through traffic? We saw the track widen out on Clint and Kevin have reference in this. The track is so wide. The way that they've treated this, it just has given these guys a lot of opportunities. It still looks like the bottom is probably the place you want to be, but it's hard to complete that pass if the guys run in the middle.
All right, well, the teams are going to work right now in the garage and on pit road. When we come back, we'll give you the lineup for segment number 2 as we continue with the All-Star race here.
All right, because of the non-competitive pit stops, obviously, again, position order will not necessarily change based off of the time in which these teams are making their adjustments on pit road and the length of period of time they are on pit road for. It is a closed racetrack, if you will, at the moment. Field will be inverted with the top 26 positions, so Bubba Wallace will be at the tail end of the lead lap for this next restart. Of those 26 spots, at least. I don't even think we're going to have 26 cars that are going to get to this next restart, to be completely honest. We already have 6 of them knocked out of the race out of 36, which left 4 extra spots before this last 9-car crash. and several more in the garage area as well. There were a couple of cars on track that weren't even on the lead lap at the end of the last segment that had damage, like Cody Ware and Daniel Suarez from the first incident. 2 9-car crashes to bookend segment number 1 of the 2026 All-Star Race. We'll take a quick break while they finish up repairs / pit stops, and we'll get segment 2 started here shortly. Wild afternoon at Dover. This is the craziest first 75 laps of a Dover race that I can remember. Whether it's a points race or an exhibition race, I have not seen quite this at Dover in the first 75 laps. I've seen big crashes here, track sweeping crashes, if you will, beginning, middle, end of races in the past at Dover, but to have 2 gigantic ones this early, and in a race of a format where we're going to see at least 26 cars, only 26, I should say, in the final 200 laps anyway, and now probably less than that. Making for an interesting time. Refresh the page and see if maybe the segment 2 lineup is on our screen yet. It is not. Figured this caution was going to be a little bit longer. NASCAR trying to get the organization in the field after that last crash.
Keep your money in. That's the only one of them I've ever sold right out since we've been collecting and put them back as originals.
I don't want you to take this the wrong way. Are you a flat rat?
Sort of, yeah.
Sports Digital Show Speed with Harvick and Buxton, fueled by Poet. Subscribe where you get your podcast. That Richard Childress Museum is fantastic. It's the old Richard Childress Racing Shop. And I don't know who this fellow's spotting for up on the roof.
I hope he's not spotting for anybody. He's having fun. He's the new spotter for the record that we're going to add to the field.
Yeah, starting, I don't know, 31st. Jamie.
Well, Chase Elliott has been checked and released his car back in the garage with so many others. Is it as wild out there as it's coming across on TV, Chase?
It certainly has been, for sure. At least where I was at, it was pretty wild. So yeah, hate to get caught up in that. I knew better. I saw it getting crazy. I should have bailed, but yeah, it was just a lot of different strategies going on. Guys trying to better their spot, I guess, for the break and the invert. So yeah, saw him crashing, tried to get checked up, and the straightaway has so much banking, everything kind of slides to the bottom. Unfortunately, it was where I was at. So yeah, I don't know. Try again, go to Charlotte, and hopefully have a better week there.
Does that mean you guys are definitely done? They can't fix it at this point?
I haven't seen it. I know the steering was locked up. That was why I had to get out where I did. So I'm assuming they probably can't fix it. There's no points, and we're not going to win. So I don't know what the point of fixing it is at this point. But certainly if they want to piece it back together and go run, I'll be happy to go make laps. But we'll see what Alan decides to do here in a minute.
I'm sure there's a lot of Chase Elliott fans that like to see him back in the hunt. The 2020 All-Star Race winner.
Thanks, Jamie. Now, one driver who is set to start the segment 2 on the pole was involved. He was the one driver involved in both the big accidents at lap 2 and lap 73. That's John Hunter Nemechek. But his car's in the garage, and so is Chase Busher. Christopher Busher. I'm looking at Chase Elliott on the screen. There's Busher trying to get things repaired so that he can take his starting spot for the second 75 lap.
Yeah,
check out social media. Back when Jeff Gordon took that backup car and won the All-Star race, Robbie Loomis was the crew chief, not Ray Evernham. Thank you, Ron Thiel, for the collection. And no truth to the rumor that the wrecker will start 27th and the rollback truck 28th. Jamie.
Well, you mentioned it, John Hunter Nemechek. Not an easy start, and then you end up here. Take us through your short day so far.
Yeah, it's been a weekend for us for sure. But we battled back. We were running inside the top 26 there for the invert before the final caution, and then we had a great restart that last one, and we were making hay through the middle up top. Felt really good, and yeah, I don't know. The 35, I guess, got turned or lost it on the front straightaway, and everyone kind of piled in there. So we would be the pole sitter for the second segment here. But sadly, we're wrecked, torn up, and sitting in the garage the rest of the day. So sucks to not race for $1 million, but thank you to Dollar Tree, Pie Barker, Toyota, everyone that helps get us here. I'm looking forward to going to Charlotte next weekend and having a really solid run.
How wild is that? 2 wrecks and you're sitting there on the pole. But do you know for sure they cannot fix this car? No chance.
I don't think so. Not by the time that they want to get going for the second stage. So I doubt even if we could do it that we would end up transferring with the cars that are out compared to the cars that are in right now. So who knows? I guess anything is possible. So we'll walk back to the garage and go find out.
Thanks, John Hunter.
Well, Mike, he doesn't want it. Who would start this second segment up front? Well, Riley Herbst, his car is fixed. Christopher Bell's car is in the garage. His Busher's in the garage. Maybe Allmendinger will end up on the pole for segment 2 with Zane Smith.
Yeah, we saw Allmendinger do a 360 down there. Unfortunately, didn't get wiped out by anybody, but looking like he might be the guy that starts this race. Zane Smith involved in a little piece of that wreck as well. Stenhouse drove through it. Ty Gibbs drove right through it. Alex Bowman was right at the start of the wreck, with Riley Herbst. So,
Damn. So all the way back to Denny Hamlin and Bubba Wallace, who won the first 75 lapper. There they are in row 13 for the restart. Then, according to the order of finish, or the way they were running at the end of segment 1, Busch, Elliott, Josemar, Suarez, and the rest.
Mistakes, Kevin. We see it so many times in NASCAR and throughout the 2026 season. It's really what makes
this list right here: Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, mistakes in qualifying put them in the back of the field, got them involved in the first lap wreck.
Now, Cody Ware. Here's what's different about this All-Star race. Cody Ware and everybody else who is laps down, that's all erased. For officiating purposes, we're starting a brand new race for 75 laps. Everybody starts on the lead lap. I don't have to go down and wave the flag again, do I?
I mean, I prefer that you don't.
Okay, that'll be fine. Let's go back to yesterday when Zane Smith's crew, led by Ryan Burgetti, had a great day yesterday in winning the Mechanics Wear Pit Crew Challenge. And the $100,000 that came with it. Ryan Blanchard, Michael Luria, Adam Riley, Jaron Davis, Nathan McBride, Ray Hernandez. All were waving American flags when they were introduced today on stage as the Pit Crew Challenge winners.
Yeah, Davis on Ty Carrier. Song better about me. You know a lot about animals.
Michael Loria, front changer, former hockey player. Just want to say hi to my wife Rachel and my daughter Lionel.
Thanks, Mike Bryan. Jack, man. How about some dogs? Kenji, I love you very much.
Ray Hernandez, Mueller, drafted by the Atlanta Braves.
Riley, you're a tire changer. I guess for all 3 Rush Hour movies, and me and Zane went to the same high school.
Chief Ryan Burgetti, product of Plainville, Connecticut, family racer, Plainville Stadium, Riverside Park. His uncle raced at both. And spotter Ryan Blanchard completes the group there. And they're $100,000 richer. Well done. All right. So it looks like A.J. Allmendinger and Zane Smith may end up on the front row.
Well, it's not going to be Zane Smith. That car is all torn up. That's SVG right there in second.
Well, who else is left? 17 of the 36 starters were involved in either the first or second big accident in the first 75 lapper.
Well, nothing tells that story better than the black marks on that front stretch. It's been busy today.
And I've seen it like that a number of times at this racetrack. When they announced that the All-Star race was going to be here, I was like, well, I don't know. That might be wild. And with all the scenarios with the horsepower and the simple diffuser and the resin on the racetrack, this is just added up to be wild, and they are having a tough time with the strategy and the cars. Getting everybody aggressive keeps them exciting. We've had a couple wrecks to go with it.
Sure does. Well, this is our final NASCAR on Fox event for 2026. Of course, we'll all be back in Daytona and wherever they hold the clash next year in February. But IndyCar is ready for the greatest spectacle in racing. The 110th Indianapolis 500 is next Sunday, May 24th on Fox, which begins 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Can't wait. We're going to run for the pole tonight on Fox.
Guys, I can help you with the math, including Zane Smith and the 38 that's on pit road. That's how many race cars are out there right now, 26.
And there's not 26 that are intact.
No, but there's 26 running.
Well, we're right along with Bubba Wallace and Denny Hamlin that obviously stayed up front in that first one. They haven't been back here in this melee, and then that's now roles reversed, Kevin.
And we saw that some of our good cars in the back of the field earlier, and now they're in the garage because of all the contact and things that have happened in those two accidents. And now they're in the eye of the storm, or we'll have to go through it at some
point. A lot less cars in that eye of the storm. I think they're set up in a good way. Denny Hamlin, Wallace, and some of those other guys.
All right, so we're going to go through the starting lineup for segment number 2 as they are getting to the choose roll. They will be going green this time by. This is the beginning of segment number 2, but while the starting lineup shows some drivers that aren't currently on the racetrack or have too much damage, it's still going to be John Hunter Nemechek leading the way with Riley Herbst in second, Christopher Bell third, Chris Buescher fourth, AJ Allmendinger fifth, and Zane Smith in 6th place, all at the front of the pack. We'll see how things are going to go. Hopefully our raw feed leaderboard works. And we're on to segment number 2. Green flag is going to be in the air. Nemechek with damage is not on the racetrack, so it will actually be AJ Allmendinger from 5th place, who would have been on the race start as the leader of the race instead, alongside Shane Van Gisbergen, who's outside the top 6 initially. SVG getting a little loose in that bottom lane, almost making contact with AJ Allmendinger. They're very tight door-to-door. Maybe a little bit of contact down the back straightaway as they jostle for the race lead. Top 26 inverted at the end of segment number 1, and only 26 will remain. Van Gisbergen loose up out of turn 4. More contact with the 16 of Allmendinger. AJ almost pinched against the wall, and he does lead the opening lap of segment number 2. How long can he hold on up at the front of the pack while those that were towards the front at the end of segment 1, that segment 1 winner Bubba Wallace, along with Denny Hamlin, who was second. Chase Briscoe was up there in the running order, all trying to fight themselves back to the front of the pack. Joey Logano was near the top 5. Brad Keselowski very deep in traffic. Best average finish between both segments combined will set the starting lineup for the final segment of today's race.
Now, top of the screen, those two Toyotas are in the All-Star race. Michael McDowell in the 71 Chevy is up. He's one of those drivers in gray on your scoring pylon, trying to race his way in. 6 will make it, and it's not based on the pylon, it's based on the combined finish for both segments. Jamie?
Denny Hamlin making quick work of it. He started this one 25th. He's already up to 14th. I asked the team if they made any adjustments, and they said no. That wants to be tied back in traffic, so the car handling, perfect.
Thanks, Jamie.
You know, Mike, one incentive, even if you're not up in the top 6.
Another crash.
Keselowski, Ross Chastain.
Ross Chastain, Brad Keselowski involved in pretty significant contact against the inside and outside wall for the two of them. Bubba Wallace may have been collected as well as he's on the apron driving back into the pits.
They're on the bottom. Left front's broken on Ross Chastain's car. Hard hit. And that doesn't look like a lot of damage, but that is really the beginning of what makes the downforce on this car as it rolls underneath. So that nose of that splitter is super important.
First caution in the second 75 lapper.
My gosh.
Chastain, Keselowski, Wallace, all of whom are guaranteed into the finale. Now, what happens if all 19 cars that are guaranteed in can't start the finale? Well, instead of transferring 6, we'll keep going down the list. 7th, 8th, 9th, as many alternates as we need. Plus, of course, the fan vote winner. Number 2, Calamity Corner. 21 cars involved in a draft today out of 36.
All right, well, yeah, Bubba Wallace definitely got a piece of that. 3-car incident out of turn 2 started with contact between Ross Chastain and Brad Keselowski as they were side by side. They were sliding down the back straightaway, nowhere for Bubba Wallace to go as he locked the brakes up and got into the driver's side door of Brad Keselowski, crunching the nose and splitter of his car up a bit as well. Wallace, of course, inverted at the back of the pack after winning segment number 1 to start segment number 2. Hamlin, luckily, had kind of gained the most positions of those that were up at the front of the field at the end of the last segment. He was ahead of this last crash, but Chastain, Keselowski, Wallace were all in the top 5 at the end of segment 1. And now they're going to be going to the garage area as well. And I don't know how many cars we're going to have. When we get the final segment underway, we're going to have 26 guaranteed spots. I don't even know. And then we got a fan vote to kind of factor in there as well. I think it's going to be another lengthy caution period at the end of segment number 2, just trying to sort out who's going to make it. Because of all the carnage so far, we're going to have cars coming from the garage area back into this race that have the guaranteed spots. And then it's going to be the best of the rest of those that can't compete that maybe have locked in positions. Teams are scrambling on pit road. Of the cars involved in the early incident on lap 2, I would imagine most of those cars are going to have a lot more time to try to make those repairs and get back out onto the racetrack with all the cautions we've seen so far. Because now 2 lengthy ones with the end of segment 1 and then that next big one, if you will, I guess, which is all technically the same caution. But that gave them probably an extra 10 to 20 minutes to try to fix their cars, and every minute is so vital and so crucial at this point to trying to get them back on the track, let alone to a decent speed that can compete when segment 3 begins. Rodrigo Sanchez, thanks for tuning in. Going to have like 10 cars left in the future. I mean, probably more than that, but as far as cars that don't have really any damage on them, or at least significant damage, it's not going to be a high car count. Which is going to make for interesting things with traffic and having some of those moving chicanes, if you will, come segment number 3. I think that could make lap traffic a bit interesting for whoever will be at the front of the field when we begin segment number 3.
From time that whenever need that to a horse racer that ever come through the Cup Series period. And, I think that the thing that makes Shane good, in my opinion, that he gets to race every week. It's not like a ringer coming in. This is a team that's racing every week, and they're able to capitalize on these moments a lot better because they're full-time racers.
Join Kevin and the crew for Happy Hour, a new episode twice a week. Download, listen on your favorite platform. That conversation has 2 names: Dan Gurney, Shane Van Gisbergen. And I get to talk about it. And we talked about it. That will be coming up on a future podcast about those 2. I've seen them both, and they're both great.
Great.
Bubba Wallace has gone to the garage area. We'll show you why.
Man.
Here's Ross Chastain. Clear. And Chastain to the garage. Meanwhile, Brad Keselowski found a different way to get to his pit with at least the right side tires down. And we're going to come green with 65 to go in segment 2.
Well, the field's a little smaller than it was the last time coming to the green. Hopefully we don't continue this trend, but
Still promises.
23 cars on track. Allmendinger, Van Gisbergen fire off, and then back on the way.
a lot of wheel spin from that 97 car.
Ready, right to the top of the outside. Look at this. Great side-by-side battle for the lead. SVG and Allmendinger staying right down on his door. Makes those cars loose.
Yeah, we saw those cars make contact last time, but you see Shane giving it everything that he has right there on the bottom of the racetrack. This is where they made the contact last time. Off in turn 4, he got loose.
They better get going because Gregson and Ty Dillon are coming. Right behind them, Stenhouse and Gibbs side by side with Zilich looking on. Oh, too close.
Yeah, they've been ready to go
outside of the top. Here he comes.
It's like a different gear right now with the speed difference between that 45 and these cars that started at the beginning of the pack right here.
Patience, you got a really good car with that 35. You got a chance to win $1 million. A little patience going to go a long ways here.
Yeah, and his car is just able to roll so much more speed up on the top of the racetrack. And these guys up front just can't quite clear each other to break free.
Best combined finish based on the run.
Oh, look out! Shane Van Gisbergen around!
Whoa, that was close.
Just barely keeps it off the wall after a hard-fought battle with A.J. Allmendinger. Oh my gosh.
Or anything there. But that's it. That's why patience is a virtue if you're in a situation with Reddick. Those two cars battled for that position. It was only a matter of time before one broke traction, and that was SVG in the 97. Josh Berry will get the free pass as Gregson and Allmendinger come around. All those drivers in gray on the pylon, they are racing to make the finale.
And we have one extra that we're going to be able to get in. See what happened right here, but Allmendinger stays on his door a little bit harder down here in 3 and 4, just trying to make something happen. They make contact down the back straightaway, but you're going to see AJ really squeeze him, getting in the corner, and it just gets loose on Shane.
Adam Reddick threaded the needle between Van Gisbergen and the wall and escapes this one.
That was very tight. Tyler Reddick not only narrowly missing the spinning Van Gisbergen. Great job by SVG to keep it off the wall entirely as well. He'll be able to fight on another lap. He did kind of kiss the inside wall at the right rear quarter panel after watching that replay in full, but I don't think he's going to have much damage from this incident in particular. Spin battling for the lead with Allmendinger, and that was a side-by-side battle that lasted every lap from the restart for about 3.5 to 4 laps in before that incident took place. Van Gisbergen still trying to get back to pit road will fall off the lead lap, but if he remains in this race with the race wins he has had in the last calendar year, he is an automatic lock for the next segment, which will be segment number 3. He's got a right rear tire down, trying to limp his way back into the pits. And I'm sure that's going to be doing some damage to the diffuser of that race car. Balance was already off, as you saw. He was sideways a couple of times when going side-by-side on the first restart before that. And before that, Chastain and Keselowski crash. And now completely losing it underneath of the 16 that time. At the end of segment 1, I did not do a die-cast showing. I was planning on doing one at the end of segment 1 and 2 today because we have not done die-cast showings as much recently. As far as the live commentary streams have gone recently, I've just been kind of back and forth between at home, between the new apartment, between another building. I was doing live commentary streams over the last month or so in the process of moving buildings. Just had a lot of moving parts going on around, but I made sure the last time I did stop home last weekend that I did grab a few die-cast. Showed one off yesterday, during the O'Reilly race, and we've got 2 more for today. Want to show off this one. This is Carl Edwards from the 2016 season, his final season in the Cup Series. He is a former Dover winner, former All-Star Race winner as well. And I wanted to show Carl Edwards because it's a concrete racetrack. His nickname was Concrete Carl. He won on these types of tracks a lot across all 3 series. So you think of the concrete ovals, your Bristol, your Dovers, your Nashvilles. He had some great runs in the then NASCAR Nationwide Series, won some races. This is Concrete Carl on Monster Mile Dover race weekend. And I thought that this was going to be a good diecast to show you guys for today's race. Stanley paint scheme. And again, this is 2016, his final full-time season in the NASCAR Cup Series. One of the few Joe Gibbs Racing diecasts that I actually own. KTN USA, thanks for tuning in. It's the 2026 All-Star race. That was 6 years ago. Yes, yeah, I know the chat poll, I have 2020. I couldn't edit it. Once I put the poll up, I had to end the poll and start a new one. I didn't want to do that because of votes that were already casted. So just ignore the fact that the chat poll says 2020 All-Star Race winner and your predictions for which it is 2026. We'll take a look at that poll right now. 39% taking somebody other than Blaney Larson or Hamlin for the win. Blaney Larson taking out that lap 2 incident, of course. 21% of you voted for Larson, 13% for Blaney, and 27% for Hamlin, who is the only car clean of those voting options, at least so far.
7:30 p.m. Eastern on FS1. The O'Reilly Auto Parts Series keeps the action rolling. Racing at 5 p.m. Eastern on the CW. Then on Sunday, Cup Series hits the high banks for racing action at 6 p.m. Eastern on Prime.
All right, 20 complete, 56 to go. In this second 75 lapper, there are the drivers who are trying to race in, and more than 6 of them will transfer because some of the 19 cars that are locked in are in the hole. Add Ross Chastain to that list, and Chase Elliott of cars that will not make the call for the 200-lap finale. So that means at least 8 of those drivers will transfer and have a shot at the $1 million.
It really looks like in order to have a shot at the $1 million, you just need to keep your car rolling at this point. Seems to be very difficult.
Mind you, you're battling to start on the front row of this third segment. And the battle, in my opinion, is between that 45 and the 11 you see back there, in the 5th row. We know the success that 11 had in the first segment. 45 was right there, but who can lead this and be on the pole of the third row is what it's all about. Outside A.J. Allmendinger, he gets a good jump to turn 1.
You see Reddick right back to the top of the racetrack. The bottom of that racetrack right there is really clean right now. See him 3 wide again. Back at the back.
Carson Hocevar back on track and running that high Harry Kent groove, if you will. Denny Hamlin out there. That's true. You talk about Hocevar and being back on the racetrack with all these mishaps and these cautions. It's given that team time to fix that car, and it looks like we're going to be just fine here with the 77. And anybody who lost laps in the first 75 lapper, that's a race. This is officiated as a completely new race.
And that 77 came and got some fresh tires. Fresher tires he's working with.
Trying to improve his combined finish, which right now will have him starting the finale in 20th. Dinger leading this would be 12th in the finale if he holds up the lead. And here comes Reddick.
Yeah, and AJ has done a great job of just keeping Reddick back there longer than he probably most people would have. But I think Tyler Reddick is going to drive off into the sunset right now.
How about my man Noah Gregson? Running third right here. Has kept that blue oval clean so far. Patience is a virtue and has done a good job. Keeping that thing in the run, in the hunt, right? And he would be in the finale, lining up 14th based on his current running position. Might not have to fall back on the fan vote as he did the last 3 years. He won it. There are the drivers trying to transfer in, and most of them.
See Carson Hostevar working himself on the bottom side of the 47 car of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. right there. Ricky had a big spin yesterday in qualifying. Looked like Jimmy Johnson going down the front straightaway several years ago, saving that car, didn't hit the wall. Somehow, starting in the back today, he hasn't had any issues with hitting anything with all those cars that have wrecked right around him. So, doing a good job of keeping himself going forward.
Watch Denny Hamlin because Hamlin is ninth. If he makes this pass, the car's selection. Well, in that corner, if Hamlin gets to eighth or better, he will start the finale from the pole, no matter where Tyler Reddick finishes.
Yeah, I think he knows that. He has not been near as aggressive as Tyler Reddick has been trying to get to the front.
And display right there, keeping that outside away, giving a spot back up, full of patience here. I'll catch him on another lap. A lot of racing left, 47 to go in the segment. Plus, the drivers he's racing, they are racing just to make the finale. So there's much more urgency for the drivers around if Denny Hamlin. It's the car that he knows going to look at winners. Make sure that I'm giving everything I can do in this race car to start that third segment. Not only the clean number 11 Toyota.
And he just got protected. I mean, that's really what Denny Hamlin is trying to accomplish, is just protect your car as we go back on board. Right away.
Michael McDowell in position to transfer and start 11th in the finale. Joey Logano faced his current running position, which starts. And Eric Jones would be 16th. Running 12th right now.
And that's why in that first segment, you just had to keep grinding it out. If you're a guy like Eric Jones, you got all these cars that were locked in, torn up. It take a couple extra of the cars that are not qualified in. And now Eric Jones is in that position to be able to take advantage of that. See Eric working the top of the, not 3/4 of the way up the racetrack, just looking for something to keep those entries straight, the exits as straight as well. Give yourself, it's actually a little bit smoother, I'd say, up at the top of the racetrack, especially in turns 3 and 4. On the entry, you get a little bit straighter shot and a little bit smoother ride up the hill to kind of use that banking. And same thing on the exit. If you get into a certain spot on the exit off of 4, that thing will want to push the front tires if you're not all the way on the bottom, and you get up the lane, it can split that rubber.
Well, the other thing it enables you to do is not pull on that wheel as hard. That car, once they get light, get loose, getting into the corner over those bumps that you're talking about into 3, when you run the outside, you just basically float the thing in there straight and not have to bend on the wheel and cause the car to get loose. 42 laps to go in segment 2. Jamie?
Just been checked and released. He hasn't seen a replay yet, so you're not sure exactly what happened, Ross. But what do you know about the extent of the damage on your car? Because you guys, I think, are officially out.
Yeah, we're out. It knocked front flip off of it, so bummer, because without we executed that first stage really well, we weren't passing anybody really by any means, but we were able to maintain, which has not been the case with this now it's back into Bristol. So it looks like Chevy, Brandon McSwain, it is steps ahead. The car drove a lot better than Bristol, so a lot to look forward to if we can take another step like that in the next one.
See you in Charlotte.
All right, Ross Chastain out of the race today. He will not be able to continue, and he was going to be one of those drivers that had advanced his way into the All-Star race because of a win last season in the Coca-Cola 600. So, unfortunately, we will not be seeing Chastain the rest of the day. That means another spot will be open for those that were not initially locked into the final segment of today's race based on average finish of segment 1 and 2 combined. Commercial break coming with just less than 40 laps to go in segment number 2 of the 2026 All-Star race at Dover. Tyler Reddick, currently your race leader with AJ Allmendinger in second, Noah Gragson third, Ty Gibbs fourth, Carson Hocevar up to fifth after an early incident, rookie Connor Zilich in sixth, Denny Hamlin up to seventh after a runner-up in segment one, Ty Dillon eighth, Alex Bowman ninth, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. rounding out the top 10. Michael McDowell in 11th, Eric Jones at 12th, Chase Briscoe 13th, William Byron 14th, Joey Logano 15th, 16th is Austin Cindric with Austin Dillon 17th, Daniel Suarez 18th, Josh Berry 19th, and Cody Ware in 20th. 21st is Zane Smith, last car on the lead lap. Riley Herbst a lap down in 22nd, same for SVG in 23rd. Kyle Busch is 24th off track, 30 laps down. Brad Keselowski 25th. 26th, Ross Chastain, Bubba Wallace 27th, John Henry Nemechek 28th, Christopher Bell 29th, and Chris Buescher in 30th. Chase Elliott 31st, 32nd, Ryan Blaney 33rd, Kyle Larson 34th, Todd Gilliland, Ryan Preece 35th, and Cole Custer 36th. A lot of carnage here today has left because of all the crashes going on, 21 cars on the lead lap. So there are some in the garage area who may return for the final segment. They had those automatic locks. We may still not have 26 cars on the track at the end of it because there are only 23 on track total right now and 21 on the lead lap. They would be back on the lead lap, by the way, for those that would finish a lap down at the end of the segment because it's practically 3 different races by way of how NASCAR is scoring this race here today. And it's not because of all the crashes. That would have been the case prior to which as well. So that's a full field running order as of right now. It's not going to give us the total laps led number because of each of these segments. So in segment 2 right now, Tyler Reddick has led for 16 laps. Allmendinger has led the most thus far with 21. And Denny Hamlin led the most laps in segment number 1. Keselowski led for a bit after getting the lead from pole sitter Hamlin at the start. And your segment 1 winner was Bubba Wallace. Wallace is off the track and in the garage right now making repairs after an incident he was involved with, which was the last caution. Brad Keselowski, Ross Chastain also in the garage. And obviously you heard from Chastain moments ago, that team is going to be done for the day. We may see the 23 and the 6 out before the end, but not going to guarantee anything. We're set to have another kind of lengthy caution period, if you will, after the 75 lap second segment is over. Tyler Reddick is out in front by about a half a second over AJ Allmendinger in P2. 1.4 seconds to Noah Gragson in third, Ty Gibbs in fourth, 2.8 seconds back, Carson Hocevar 2.8 back in fifth as well.
Daytona lap. Jordan right, and he is leading here in segment 2 with 31 to go. His combined 10th and first place finishes, if he keeps the lead, will give him a combined of 11 and put him on the outside pole for the finale. Now, some of these drivers may be able to return. We know Chase Elliott, Ross Chastain are done. We don't have a final on the 5 drivers ahead of them. They are guaranteed in to the finale. Bubba Wallace just released from the care center. So if repairs can be made, they can start. And everybody starts on the same lap. It's a whole new race for 200 laps. So we'll see who transfers and who gets the fan vote 30 laps from now. Regan?
Yeah, I'd like just to add on those cars that were on that pit stop, they're working guys like Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace, Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, to name a few. They are also feverishly working down in the garage area. Many of those cars starting to back to shape, looking a little bit better in terms of getting body panels on the cars. It could be close on a couple of them, meaning like the 12 of Ryan Blaney if they make it out, but they are getting closer.
So we may have a case where some of the cars running at the end of the 75 down the transfer. We keep an eye on that. We believe at least 8 cars from this list will move on to the 200-lap finale.
Well, we knew it was going to be entertaining, and we were going to have a lot of things happen that we might not have ever seen before. You should see Ty Gibbs way up out of the groove right there in 3 and 4, trying to find something, trying to figure out.
Found a wall.
Yeah. Looking for that cushion up there. It's just not there yet, Clint.
Well, it tells you that he's struggling with the handling of his car, trying to move around. And again, that's what I love about Dover. You can always search around and find different grip on your race car, or whatever condition you're fighting, whether it be tight orders.
Yeah, and he really doesn't have a lot to lose right now. And he just needs to try to maintain his position, and he would start the next the final and sixth place.
But if what I'm seeing, you just need to finish.
Up here, in the middle of the back.
Chase Briscoe now, he is in position to start third in the finale based on a fourth place finish in segment 1. And around goes Ty Gibbs and 1 under caution. Right front's down. I don't know. That may have been why he was as high as he was. A lot of times, if I think I've got a problem, I'm getting not farther away.
Yeah, with that
Right coming and the 35 coming.
with that right front flat, he can't get the car to go left.
And with these self-cleaning straightaways, makes the job even tougher. Now he's in the 200 lap finale. He doesn't have to worry about transferring it. He just has to worry about not tearing up that car.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like there's any. You see some scuff marks on the back of the car.
You see it right here going down too, but that's just because he had it locked down.
Yeah, and I think
Not a lot of damage on his 54.
most of the damage is going to come from that right front tire coming apart.
Watch it to the top of your screen. Here he comes back down the hill. The car starts to get sideways. He's loose, folks. I don't know if that right front was down. It doesn't look like it's down. It blows right there. So just got loose up off the corner and spun around. Kept it out of the wall. Not a lot of damage on the 54. He'll be fine. Shall that knee forward flap come up? Let's ride along. Slow down fourth package, Kevin.
Well,
You guys are got their hands full.
yeah, and we saw Ricky Stenhouse do that in qualifying. Almost, it was a very similar situation. Saw Ty get loose right there and then have to correct it, and then it just never really settled back down. But that was very similar to the 47 in qualifying.
Okay, Larry, what are you thinking?
Well, we're going to go back racing with probably 16 to 18 laps to go. Most of these drivers have about 40 laps on their tires. I think you're going to see another mixed bag. I think you'll see some stay out. Maybe some of those like Hocevar, like Eric Jones, William Byron that pitted the last caution. I think it'll be all over the place.
Larry, you want stickers here, or if you have stuffs, do you put them on?
Go ahead and use my other set of qualifying scuffs. I want to save those stickers for that final segment.
That final segment, 200 laps. A lot further. We're having trouble getting to 75, Kev.
We have definitely had that trouble. We clicked off some laps right there, but as we saw with the 54, you see 20 car Christopher Bell coming back out on the racetrack. That car had some front end damage that they had to address, and hopefully it's competitive.
Well, I like this. He'll get a 21 lap test session at the end of this. These guys are getting a lot more time than they normally would have had to fix these cars. True. Amy?
Tyler Reddick got the call to come in. They said this will be a quickie stop. And he's a little aggressive. He's been backing down just a little bit. A 4-tire stop. They'll fill him up with Sunoco fuel from Reddick.
Regan?
Yeah, Mike, the 4-car and Noah Gregson, they're going to come down and take tires as well right here. There was a debate, though, scuffs or stickers. They actually decided to go with the sticker tires. He wanted to get a good read on the car before the final stage of final section of the race. As for the car early on, very tight with nose, but they have been making it better.
McDowell among those who take just 2 tires. And gain a bunch of spots on pit road. All right, we'll re-rack up. We'll try this again. Trying to get through 75 laps in segment 2 on NASCAR All-Star Day.
That music, I feel like, just kind of sums up the nuttiness of this race so far. Just imagine, like, clown circus music going on right now, the way that this thing has transpired thus far. Mixed bag, kind of like we saw with the late caution of stage segment number 1, with the Carson Hocevar incident leading into a 6-lap dash. And obviously that gigantic crash, the second of which that we saw at the end of the segment. You had drivers on fresh tires kind of overlapping those on old. And we're probably going to see that again for this restart as well. Now, we have had more caution laps in the midst of stage 2 than what we did stage 1. So not as many laps on their tires, plus this restart will be coming with more laps to go in segment 2 versus segment 1. Far more than 6 laps to go upcoming. Ty Gibbs spinning off turn 4, just losing the race car, slipping out from underneath him, getting loose, running in the 4th place position at the time of the incident. Denny Hamlin was the highest in the running order of the top finishers from segment 1. Briscoe would have been the next one behind him, but obviously now with the pit stops ongoing, that's going to shuffle the field up just a little bit more. AJ Allmendinger back in the race lead with Eric Jones in 2nd, Alex Bowman in 3rd, Chase Briscoe 4th, Joey Logano in 5th, Tyler Reddick will be 6th, Michael McDowell 7th, Carson Hocevar 8th, Noah Gragson 9th, Austin Cindric in 10th. 11th is Connor Zilic, and Denny Hamlin, who just pitted, is in 12th. Each of these teams are limited to 4 sets of Goodyear tires, fresh Goodyear tires for segment number 3. I haven't heard that mentioned on the broadcast at all yet. If they did mention it at any points where I was commentating or in the pre-race, 4 segments. Final segment, only 4 sets of tires. For fuel purposes, they would only have to pit twice in the final segment, so they may not even use all 4 tires, but that's what they're allotted for the 26 drivers that can participate for the All-Star Race win in segment number 3. It has been a lengthy day. What was probably going to be a shorter race time-wise compared to most Dover races, with it being 50 laps shorter. These gigantic cautions and just the abundance of overall cautions in these first 150 laps probably going to lead for this being a longer race than I definitely anticipated coming in. Because I'm looking at it time-wise, we still have basically the length of an O'Reilly or truck race, 200 laps, 200 miles for segment 3, and those races took right around 2 hours, and we haven't even gotten there yet. So definitely a slow race pace today. We've had 6 cautions, all for incidents so far, considering that segment 1 ended under yellow from the second 9-car pileup in turn 1. Well, the Dinger did a good job holding on to second place after Reddick had gotten by him for the lead. He had a spin and slight damage from the second big one, and he's still out in front. Top 10 cars stay out on the racetrack and did not come to pit road. For what we will see on this next restart, Hamlin on back in 11th will be on fresh tires. We'll see if they can get their way to the front of the pack. 18 laps to go in segment 1. Green flag is back in the air. Allmendinger on the inside of row number 1, will take the lead through the first turn. Chase Briscoe chasing his race car up the track just a bit, barely keeping it off of Eric Jones in a tight battle for second place down the back straightaway and into turn 3. A lot of tight side-by-side battles as they funnel off of turn 4 to complete the opening lap after the restart. So laps go by quickly at Dover around this very, very fast 1-mile oval. By far the fastest 1-mile racetrack of any on the NASCAR circuit. And I'll even include the newly somewhat repaved Rockingham in there as well, as that was repaved before last season's return for the truck and O'Reilly races. Obviously, the flatter 1-mile tracks of New Hampshire and Phoenix nowhere near the cornering speed of the higher banked Dover Motor Speedway that we're seeing here today. Horsepower increase as well. Low downforce package. Of course, changes made to all of the short intermediates and road courses. Short intermediates, road courses, and short tracks across the Cup Series with this next-gen car, giving these teams a lot of fits today. Already struggling for grip. The temperature and the track temperature, I'm sure, factoring into that as well. Ambient temps in the low to mid-80s this afternoon. Very warm for a spring Dover date compared to usual. Obviously, last year's race taking place in the summertime, a little bit slick, but again, they didn't have that horsepower increase and less downforce this year compared to what we're used to. And these drivers and teams are having their handfuls, especially the cars that have damage from all the incidents. I'm sure their cars are handling even worse than what they were, far more so than the start of the race. Connor Zilic trying to hang on to his track position, battling inside the top 5. The rookie is 3 wide middle between Alex Bowman and Eric Jones off turn 4. A little bit of contact with Jones, and Jones narrowly keeping it off the outside wall. Zilic has had a pretty good run today, and as of the running order at the moment, he actually would restart as the leader for segment number 3 based on the best average run through segment 1 and 2. He's done a great job missing incidents today. I believe that very first incident, he actually might have gotten a piece of it, but obviously not enough to take some speed out of the race car. Meanwhile, at the front of the pack, Allmendinger, while getting to the lead initially in the restart, lost the lead to Briscoe. He has also lost second place to Tyler Reddick, who was leading before that last caution. Reddick has actually led the most laps so far in segment number 2. Zane Smith very slow on the racetrack. There is no way that 38 car is meeting minimum speed right now, as he is just getting his doors blown off by the lead pack, and hopefully that doesn't cause a stack up or an incident, as Smith has been involved in multiple crashes today already. He might be the only one that was involved in both incidents and still on the racetrack and never had to go to the garage area. Actually, I think he was in the garage area for a short bit of time. And Alex Bowman nearly self-clearing off of Connor Zilich's front bumper as those two nearly made contact out of turn 4. Zilich either lifted or got slowed down because of the contact by Bowman. Every which way, Bowman moving up a spot and now quickly trying to get by A.J. Allmendinger for 4th as well. And Bowman will do just that through 3 and 4. Zilich picked on the outside behind A.J. with nowhere to go, and Michael McDowell trying to slip by the number 88 as well. Briscoe, who took the lead for a short bit under duress from Tyler Reddick in the 45, who tries to retake the lead for the second different time today. Took a peek to the inside in turns 1 and 2. He'll do the same in 3 and 4. Briscoe straight up the racetrack. A little bit too much that he is out of the gas for a long period of time, and Reddick swings to the lead off turn 4. Briscoe carrying a little bit of momentum down the front stretch after running that higher lane of the racetrack, but his car is not handling anywhere near to the effect that Tyler Reddick has. Good news is, for the field, if Reddick wins this race today, he doesn't extend his regular season points lead out even more with a 6th win, because it would not count towards the win books, I guess, if you will. With this being an exhibition race. But even momentum side of things, I don't think that would look very good either. Ryan Blaney out on the racetrack, exiting from the garage area, trying to get a few extra laps in to meet minimum speed and see if that car needs to have any more adjustments made during the segment 2 caution, which will be upcoming in about 7 laps from now. Now 6 laps to go for Reddick. Let's look at the lap times that some of those cars that have entered back on the racetrack are running. I'm curious to know where they're at compared to the leader. So Tyler Reddick, that last lap as the leader, ran a 23.694. Ryan Blaney has clean air around him back on the racetrack. The last lap he ran was a 23.867. It was only 0.2 of a second off of Tyler Reddick's lap time. Honestly, compared to how hard he had crashed head-on against the outside wall earlier, and they completely replaced the front end of his car with parts of the backup car, that's not that bad. I mean, I'll take 0.2 off of speed for the 12. That could still get him a competitive finish. Christopher Bell, 24.3 that last lap. I'm not sure if he's in traffic or not, but he also came onto the racetrack prior to the last restart after damage from the second big incident of the day. His lap time's about a half a second off of Reddick at the moment. Kyle Larson, I don't think has gotten back out on the racetrack yet. We'll see if he can before the finish. But those are some of the drivers, obviously, that are locked into the 26-car field. Some of which, obviously, that are locked in will not be able to participate just because of too much damage to return after an earlier crash. Hamlin getting another spot back on Eric Jones. I believe he is setting himself up to restart at the front of the field. He was second at the end of segment 1. He is now up to 3rd. And Connor Zilich has fallen back a couple of spots from 5th, now in 7th place from where he was initially running. So Hamlin should be the leader when we get into segment 3 if he does not lose any positions, and he is pulling away from Jones and everybody he has just passed since the restart. Too far behind to catch Briscoe or Reddick in front of him as they have driven away from the rest of the pack, especially that 45 of Reddick, who has already put a 3.3 second difference between himself and Briscoe in 2nd place. Reddick, lap and a half to go in segment 2 for him. Bubba Wallace back on the racetrack after some nose and splitter damage earlier in segment 2. Last lap, he ran a 24.342 as he tries to fill it out. Also about 5 to 6 tenths of a second off of his teammate Reddick's lap times. I'm sure they slapped some fresh Goodyear tires back on there as well to try to get that updated gauge. Reddick will coast to the checkered flag at the end of segment 2. Have to wait to see exactly where he restarts, but we know Denny Hamlin will be the leader when we begin segment 3. Best average finish, finishing second and third in the first 2 segments. Did not lead any laps in segment 2, but after the inversion to drive all the way up to third, that 11 car is definitely quick. Had a good long-run pace car back in segment 1, had as big of a 4.5-second lead at one point. By 5 seconds, Tyler Reddick wins segment 2. Obviously pretty good on the long and short run as well. It seems like Reddick and Hamlin are the class of the field right now, but Hamlin will have better track position for the 200-lap dash to the finish. Not really a dash, it's just a race to the finish. Tyler Reddick first in segment 2. Chase Briscoe second. Denny Hamlin third. Fourth, Carson Hocevar. Eric Jones fifth. Connor Zilic in sixth. And actually, it looks like Zilic was fifth. Jones sixth at the line. Byron seventh. Alex Bowman eighth. Michael McDowell ninth. And Noah Gregson rounds out the top 10. Keep Dover on the schedule, abolish the All-Star race altogether. I'll tell you what, it would be tough to see go. We've had some great moments in the All-Star race in the past. And I wouldn't even say that this is anywhere near the worst All-Star race I've ever seen. I think the race quality when we have had the green flag racing and not the crashing has been pretty good. And we've seen more movement through the field at Dover than I think I've maybe seen, at least with the next-gen car, with the lower downforce and the added horsepower. The inversion at the end of segment 1 might lead to that as well because you have the faster cars starting at the back and having to work their way forward like Briscoe and Hamlin did. Getting top 5s in both segments to start the day. Points leader Tyler Reddick winning segment number 2. Had over 20 laps of caution in the first segment despite more actual yellows, or same amount of yellows I should say, in segment number 1. We had a red flag for an incident back in first segment at lap 2, and both of the big wrecks were in segment number 1, leading for those larger caution counts. Red cars' laps ran under yellow alike. So we'll have to wait the restart. I'm going to close the chat poll out since we've gotten to the end of segment 2. 82 votes were casted for who you think is going to win today's race. Never mind the fact it says 2020 All-Star Race. I meant 2026. As the title of the stream states, 38% of the votes taking somebody other than Hamlin, Larson, or Blaney for the win. Larson had 20%, 15% for Blaney. Blaney back on track. Larson has not returned yet. We'll have to wait and see if he can get back out on the track. Have an extra probably 10 minutes or so in the pits with the segment caution, since this is going to be non-competitive pit stops to get back out there.
It's all day long. It's barely a day of survival. We've seen lots of big wrecks here, lots of different tire strategies, but we've also seen 2 of the best cars find their way to the front in both segments.
All right, let's take a look at how we got to where we are right now. Let's start with segment number 1. And right off the bat, a 9-car wreck to start things off.
Yeah, Preach, you see right there with a massive hit. Driver's side, see a lot of onboards here. All the different parts fire out of the 60 car. Huge wreck to start the race today.
And just like the way we started it, towards the end of segment 1, we had another 9-car wreck.
A little bit of different tire strategies here. Saw somebody get turned right in the middle, and then there's nowhere to go at this track. 9 degrees of banking on the straightaway, and the speeds. Never realize how quick you're going, so you're trying to get slowed down here. And then right here, Ross Chastain and Brad getting together on the exit corner. Ross pirouettes down the back stretch for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, and what we heard from Ross, his day sounds like it is done. And then Shane Van Gisbergen getting loose underneath AJ Allmendinger.
Yeah, those 2 guys racing for the lead right there. Shane got loose, chased it. Like he had any damage, though, and still survived.
And then we finish this thing off. Well, first we got Ty Gibbs in that 54. He gets loose as well. Feels like Prince repeat with the tires and the cars getting loose.
It's been a day of survival for sure. We've seen a lot of these guys spin and actually not get damaged. We've seen a couple of massive wrecks, as you mentioned, but now is when it comes time that racing for the $1 million. See Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick have really surfaced to the top of the cars to be. But based on the race so far, you got to survive. And the races you see at the start of these segments, they're battling for. They know how important it is to get track position. I do like, though, the fact that I've seen Reddick be able to pass a lot of cars around the top of the racetrack. They've done a nice job preparing the surface and made the track very racy today.
Yeah, that 45 car, that 11 car, those two look very strong. Connor Zilic, the highest finisher of the open driver, so we'll see what the rookie can do as well. But yeah, we're getting set for the guys to race for I was going to give $2 million. $1 million.
Drivers would hope it's $2 million, but even $1 million going to go a long ways for whoever is able to get the race win here today. At 9 lead changes in this second segment, I believe we only had 4 in segment number 1. So more movement through the field, and again, a lot of that due to the inversion that we saw at the end of the first segment. So 75 laps complete for segment 1 and segment 2. Final segment, again, 200 laps in length to take us to the end, which is over half the race of the originally scheduled 350. Since we are at the end of segment 2 and or stage 2, if it was a normal points paying race, time for our diecast showing for this weekend. And again, 2 diecast showings today because of the not because of the All-Star race specifically, but just not being able to do them every week because of not having diecast with me in the process of a moving situation at the moment in my new apartment at this time. Brought a couple more diecasts with me. I only brought a handful of them to kind of carry me through the next couple weekends of streams. But one that I grabbed for this weekend, I had one Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota earlier. This is a Joe Gibbs Racing Pontiac. Tony Stewart, and this is his rookie season from 1999. It's got the rookie stripes on the back of the car as well. Pontiac Grand Prix Home Depot, the sponsor for this car. Rookie Tony Stewart. And another former Dover race winner, much like Carl Edwards that I showed off earlier. Quite the separation in years between one car to the next. 2016 earlier, this one not even 1999. Tony Stewart's rookie season. I'll show that off a little bit more, maybe the top of the car. I showed you guys enough. And those are our 2 diecast showings for today's race. On to the final segment. Going to refresh the page. I don't think we're going to get the full lineup on here yet. Nope, it's still the end of the last segment, I believe. Yes, it is. So we'll have to wait for the starting lineup of segment 3 here. Talking continues.
Play so much coffee. You talked about how strong the 11, the 45, the 19 have been.
Yeah, no surprise for Denny Hamlin. Clinton Kenner and I both picked, all 3 picked him to win this. It looks like he has the best car, but I've been impressed with Reddick being able to run the top side and go on and win segment 2 right there. But what about Zilic? She's had a tough year this season and being able to survive and piece it all together right here. Ty Dillon's another one. You see a guy that wasn't locked in. But look at that. 2 solid finishes and going to make it through.
Yeah, we have some guys that fixed up their car. We saw Ryan Blaney come back out there on the track, so don't sleep on that 12 car. It's going to be fun to see how things play out. And hey, maybe it's been Tyler Reddick's year so far. And maybe he gets the All-Star race. We'll see. 200 laps ahead to finish out the All-Star race.
Tyler Reddick segment 2 winner, but it will be Denny Hamlin leading on the next restart. Under the commercial break right now, they're still showing the segment 2 finish, not only on our screen that you see watching wherever you are for this YouTube channel and live commentary coverage of the race, but also on Fox Sports 1 as well. I took a screenshot of the top 10 for the next restart. So I'm going into my photos right now to read off the top 10. Oh, it didn't save. My screenshot didn't save. It blacked it out because they don't want me taking screenshots of the live broadcast, apparently, on my phone. Well, that's dumb. I did not think that that was going to happen. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that. I guess we're going to have to wait for the leaderboard to update then. Probably be when cars get back on the racetrack. I don't have a list of who all was eliminated of the 10 drivers that cannot participate in today's final segment. So if I get a list of that, I will let you guys know that one as well.
NASCAR flaggers Shannon Baderick and Andy Ashback for their hospitality of guiding me through that. But that's not the form I used right there, okay?
That's related to Clint.
All right, you know what he's doing? He is celebrating our fan vote winner, which we are about to announce. Hey, Daniel Suarez, it's your old up in the Fox booth. You got us? Daniel Suarez, 4 in the boys on the booth. You got us?
What are you doing? Not a little bit on me.
Not so fast here, buddy. Daniel's Amigos put you in. You win the fan vote and you are part of the All-Star race. How about you?
Pretty cool, man. Gonna thank the whole time, amigo. My amigo, really high. Thanks. Down in Mexico. It's been a little bit cold today, but okay.
Well, buddy, we know you're beating at it a little bit, but you're in it. You got to be in it to win it, so good luck out there. I love that they're carrying the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation on the car. Kevin, you know well what great works they do for kids who want to play ball.
Absolutely. We've done some amazing projects with the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation, building just absolutely incredible ball fields, multi-use fields. We've built several of them. It's great to see them on the side of Daniel's car. Big in this area, from the Baltimore area. So great relationship that we've had throughout a number of years.
And great impromptu sign painting. Boy, that multicolor tape comes in handy. All right, we are working on the starting grid, waiting for NASCAR to confirm it. Let's check with Jamie.
And Chris Gale is Denny Hamlin's crew chief. So you guys started first, then you started 25th. One of the only cars that doesn't have a scratch on it. How nerve-wracking have these first 2 segments been like up here?
Yeah, that was the concern, right? We were worried about cords on the tires in the first segment and had some at the end there. I think everybody that went the full distance without pitting did. And then to not get in traffic trouble, right? There's been quite a few guys caught up. It's been chaotic to this point. So to not have that happen is blessing. So now we'll see another 200 laps to see if we can go do it here. I think we have the car speed. It's just can we execute the rest of the race?
So you just had a break. Were you able to adjust on it? Did he need any adjustments as he fires off from first here?
We made some adjustments when we went back in traffic, but not really there. We finished close enough to the front where he felt like he knew what he had and didn't need much. So we're going to see.
All right, we'll see if Denny Hamlin can become an all-star race winner for the second time in his career, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. Now, Larry, this is a brand new race. Laps from green to checker, no stages. It's one complete race. How do we play this?
Well, it's 200 laps, and we've already documented the fuel window is about 92 to 96 laps, so you're going to have to make at least one pit stop. I think the question is, do you split it down the middle, if that's going to be the fastest, or do you run it long? Based on what Chris Gale just told Jamie Little, I'd be hesitant to try to go 85, 90 laps on a set of tires.
Right, well, let's have a look at the starting lineup based on the combined finishing positions in segment 1 and segment 2. Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe, Toyota's on the front row.
I was just going to say, you see 3 Toyotas right up there, 1, 2, 3, and we feel like Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick are the best 2 cars that are up in that pack.
Add William Byron to that list. Been quiet, haven't really seen much of him, but he's going to be up front amongst them. Maybe he can put some pressure on him. Connor Zilic, the first driver to race him at transfer.
Blue side of Bubba Wallace. I don't think that car has a lot of damage. Kevin, you thought he was one of our best cars before the accident there on the backstretch, but he's back in this thing.
And he's got H.A. Allmendinger taking on no tires for something. Look where it led him.
Well, put him in the All-Star race, and that's really why you're here. And we talk about different agendas all the time. That's a big deal for that 16 car to be in this All-Star race.
Look at this one. Ryan Blaney was completely out of the thing. They worked on the car. He watched most of the race, went back out. That car was fast.
Yeah, I mean,
count him out.
Larson, he hasn't even been on the track since lap 2. And, you look at, when Suarez just got voted in. We've got several of these cars that have been in the garage. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of speed those cars have.
So because of cars falling out of the race that were guaranteed in, 8 drivers transferred in based on their combined finishing positions, plus Daniel Suarez, the fan vote. Cars that were under repair but returned to the track now include Bell, Busch, Blaney, and Larson.
Kevin, that car had extensive damage on the nose of that thing. They did a great job of getting it fixed up, and that's why I think you can see the splitters sealed off, all the things that we know that are important. And we saw some pretty good lap times out of this 12 machine when he got back out there. I don't think he's out of this thing.
Definitely looks like it's been in a war. Oh, yeah,
Yes.
It has. It has been in a war. This has been definitely a war of attrition today.
I mean, they put a complete front bumper assembly on that car,
Which is one of the few things that you can replace.
Yeah, Blaney's first segment lasted 1 lap and 1 corner. That was it. He did get out for a couple of laps at the end of segment 2
and laid some good lap times down.
But it's all a new ball game now. Everybody starts on the same lap, and we race no stages. We race for 200 laps, where somebody wins the biggest prize of any All-Star game in sports. $1 million.
Denny Hamlin has struggled on these starts.
All right, here we go. Yep, Denny Hamlin choosing the inside of row number 1 as a control car this time. Every time he lost the lead, he was on the outside, so we'll see how it works out for him. Gets a pretty good launch in the restart zone to that of his teammate Briscoe to the outside. Green flag back in the air. The restart order for the beginning of stage number 3, or segment 3, excuse me. Denny Hamlin in the lead, Chase Briscoe second, Tyler Reddick third, William Byron fourth, Connor Zilic in 5th, 6th for Austin Cindric, Eric Jones 7th, Joey Logano 8th, Michael McDowell 9th, and Alex Bowman rounding out the top 10. Hamlin trying to win the race lead on his first restart, not able to clear even off turn 4 to that of Chase Briscoe. Briscoe with the advantage in that higher line for the time being, and Tyler Reddick in the 45, another Toyota working his way closer to these front 2. Maybe slight contact made off turn 2 between Hamlin and Briscoe. Briscoe with more momentum. Getting into the corner, Hamlin tight on the bottom behind Briscoe through turns 3 and 4. Reddick momentum building high on the outside. Will challenge Hamlin to the bottom. Hamlin with a big late block at the end of the front stretch to hold his position in front of the 45. 26 of the original 36 cars that started the race are in it and on the lead lap to begin segment number 3. Quite a bit of repair work made to those at the tail end of the pack. For the likes of Ty Gibbs, Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, Shane Van Gisbergen, Daniel Suarez, and Ryan Blaney. Brad Keselowski on that list, as well as Carson Hocevar and AJ Allmendinger, who were all involved in earlier incidences. Three cautions in both Segment 1 and Segment 2. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked, especially with less cars on the track now as well, and some being damaged if, at a slower pace, if we end up actually seeing less cautions in a 200-lap segment compared to Segments 1 and 2, which were each only 75 laps. Chase Briscoe leads, Denny Hamlin still at second, Tyler Reddick third, William Byron fourth, and rookie Connor Zilic rounding out the top five in fifth. And is based off the very beginning of this third segment. Probably the best run we've seen out of the rookie Zilic on an oval this season. And Trackhouse had a pretty good run of things earlier with Chastain in the top five for a lengthy period of time before his incident in Segment 2. And Shane Van Gisbergen was contesting for the lead on a restart for several laps before a crash of his own. Zilic has kept his car clean. He's carrying the banner for Team Trackhouse in the All-Star race this evening. Fuel window is 92 to 96 laps, so they may be able to stretch it on one stop. We have no more guaranteed cautions the rest of the way, so kind of, I do like the fact that the final 200 laps don't have any kind of stage splits or segment splits in this. It's going to feel like a traditional race with no guaranteed yellows the rest of the way, just less cars on the racetrack, and maybe kind of a return to old. We got the horsepower back to go along with a lot of good things here. Ryan Blaney making passes, one of which, at least on Shane Van Gisbergen at the very tail end of the pack. He had decent lap times earlier, but he's already 9 seconds out of the lead. Larson up to 21st, getting a couple of spots since the restart. Larson's actually up 4 positions since the last restart. Maybe don't count that flat car out of it. He was my pick to win way back when. I thought he was taken out after that second incident. Counted him out of it for a short bit, and then as repairs were being made, I'm like, well, maybe you can't completely count him out yet, considering he'll be back on the lead lap. But yeah, 3 Toyotas leading the way, and we know how strong those Camrys have been this season. Just in raw speed alone, most of which being ovals. No different in a non-points paying race this weekend in Dover. Briscoe Hamlin dominated this race last season. Started on the front row, and they both finished first and second, with Denny Hamlin getting the race win. One of his 6 wins in 2025. Hamlin not quite able to keep up with Chase Briscoe in the short run side of things for right now. Briscoe's got the track position. Briscoe was not as strong as Reddick in Segment 2 in the long run, and Hamlin in Segment 1 in the long run was the best car there. So as this run progresses, is Chase Briscoe going to be able to keep his car underneath of him, or will the other 2 Toyotas start to pounce and move forward? Kyle Busch, biggest gainer since the last restart, up 6 positions. He was involved in the second big one in the middle of the pack at the end of Segment number 1. He is up to 17th. I mentioned about Larson gaining 4 spots, and it's still the case for Kyle Larson, that is, in 21st. 13 laps complete out of 200 in Segment number 3. 1 lead change, and that was Hamlin on the restart, losing it again to Briscoe, this time on the inside, and that is now 4 for 4, in which Hamlin's been on the front row and has lost the lead on the restart, or was not able to take the lead in the one restart. He wasn't the control car and in second. Bubba Wallace, who had quite a bit of damage from an incident of his own in Segment number 2. With Chastain and Keselowski, he's actually gained quite a few spots as well. He is up to 11th place at the end. Early going, I should say, of Segment number 3. So maybe Bubba Wallace in the 23 car could show some life here. Remember, he actually won Segment number 1 before his teammate Reddick was able to win the second segment. Both 2311 Toyotas looking sporty coming into the day. Reddick been able to keep his car clean. Not the case for the 23, but long ways to go yet. Commercial break ongoing on Fox Sports 1. Final race on Fox Sports 1 this season. The next 5 NASCAR Cup races are going to all take place on Prime Video. We'll have live commentary coverage of some sort over those 5 races. And an added stream next week with the Indy 500 early Sunday afternoon at 12:30 Eastern. So if you're a fan of IndyCar or just motorsports racing as a whole, and maybe go out of your way to watch the Indy 500 every year, which in my opinion is the biggest race in all of motorsports, year in and year out, and has been for 110 years running as of this season. I highly recommend tuning in for that. It'll be our 3rd consecutive year of live commentary Indy 500 coverage. And for the 3rd consecutive year, somebody attempting the double, Catherine Legg, will be attempting to run both races, locked into the show in the Indianapolis 500, only 33 entries this year. And then full field there, obviously for the Cup race. I don't know how many cars we have on the entry list yet for next Sunday, but if it's 40 or less, she will be locked into the show. The reason I wonder is because we have had 2 races this year with more than 40 cars on the entry list. Talladega, Daytona, both super speedways. So I'll have to keep an eye on that early in the week when those entry lists come out. Briscoe's lead down 1.3 seconds over Denny Hamlin in P2. 1.8 seconds to Tyler Reddick in 3rd. 2.9 seconds to William Byron in 4th. Connor Zilisch 3.7 seconds off the lead, still in 5th. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live. KRC full flag-to-flag coverage of today's All-Star Race at Dover. Next commercial break, I'll go over the point standings as well and how that's shaping up. I know that's scrolling across the top of the screen, and it's technically a non-points paying race, but I haven't touched on that yet today.
Wow. Crash, 9-car crash at the start. 75 lapper on no at the. Then things settled down. So 3 cautions in the second 75, and here we are with 26 cars racing for $1 million, led by Chase Briscoe, who's now led 21 of the 22 laps. Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, and we heard James Small talk about them thinking that they had the best long-run car and good short-run speed. I honestly didn't see it that way, but now that he's got the track position and doing everything that he's doing out front, he's able to search around because he sees a couple cars behind him. And so, interesting that the 19 fired off like it did.
Well, and I just said it earlier, I think lap 30, things start to flip the switch as far as the handling characteristics of your car as the tires wear out, and that's when you're going to have to. Does that better than Tyler Reddick in 3rd place? Jamie?
He said, I'm going to try to go up top and go clean air hunting. Well, he just told the team, I don't know if I'm just too loose to go up there yet. And they said, well, based on the trailers ahead of you, we sure that we're the tightest. So he's with them.
I love that we're seeing all these different lines. There's Denny on the bottom. There's Tyler up top. Ty Gibbs is doing something that's a combination of the 2 of them, and he's diamonding the track. Well, that's running a different line. This outside line is starting to prevail for Reddick, trying to get around Denny in front of him. Denny's going to have to be forced off this top if he's going to hold him back.
And that's kind of Denny's MO when you come to Dover. He's kind of a guy that runs lower on the racetrack. He thought about going up the racetrack to block Reddick, but he was already rolling so fast that he wasn't going to move up in front of him. See Ty Gibbs on the bottom of the screen, just straight in there, up into the cleaner racetrack. They sprayed resin on this racetrack to start the weekend, all the way from the bottom all the way to the top. You haven't seen many guys go all the way up there until we saw Corey Day in the O'Reilly Series race go almost all the way to the wall. It's still probably another 3 or 4 feet up there, and that's where Ty Gibbs was searching around. But that's what you got to do. You got to find something.
And won the race because of it. A lot of different lines here, and even the same cars, it's all it gives, different lines at either end of the racetrack. Well, again, approaching that lap 30 mark, and you're starting to see the handling. Hamlin falling off 24-34, Reddick 24-15. That leader in the clean air is still at an 0-1, but Reddick moving around has definitely made some gains. So A.J. Allmendinger not taking those tires put him back to 20th on the start. He has gained 3 spots. Kyle Busch, who was involved in a crash because he had a penalty and had to restart in the back, started 23rd. He's gained 8 spots. And here is Michael McDowell running in 10th. Regan?
Michael McDowell started the race off earlier today. They managed to get that car onto the tight side right now, but a different voice on the race. Michael McDowell, Travis and Joe McCurchie back right here. Their seconds to the they stayed home. There's Michael is matched. Of course, it's Fire Motorsports and former crew chief doing a nice job with this 70.
Well, it talks about Reddick moving up and making some gains. Look what you see with your leader. Answered that call. He's moved up, found those gains as well with the lead.
And when you have a gap like that, that's always a good time to move around the racetrack when you see guys behind you being able to do things a little bit differently. I saw him run a 23.98 about 3 laps ago, and the last lap that he ran was 24.57. So he's definitely searching to try to find something good. And then once you get that throttle rhythm and routine, and you find that seam and groove that you like to hunt right there, then you start to grind away. Dover's a place where you grind away on something that you feel comfortable with, because if you can repeat it and do it and make good lap time with it, that's a tough thing to find at Dover.
Briscoe has it. I think he's a little bit slower. Now, it takes a little bit of time to find your timing of running a high. It's definitely a different sequence of the timing, your lifting points, your pickup points with the throttle, everything changes. It takes a lap or two to get it figured out. Looks like going into the corner, Briscoe's able to maintain, but coming off the corner, as you watch that deficit change, Reddick is able to gain ground on corner exit.
Well, the 3 cars behind him are actually all beating him in lap time right now. So he's definitely gone from what I thought was pretty good to losing ground to the 45.11 and the 88 car of Connor Zillage consistently now.
So as Larry pointed out, we're racing to the all-star caution at lap 75 in all. 165 laps to go. It's about $1 million.
Wait, we got a competition caution in there too? I had no idea about that. I thought it was going to be straight up 200 laps. Oh, boy. So what, lap 75 then? We're at lap 37 at the moment, so I guess we're guaranteed one more yellow. Chase Briscoe, our current race leader. Tyler Reddick in second. Denny Hamlin in third. Connor Zillage fourth. And William Byron is fifth, with Eric Jones in 6th place. 7th is Joey Logano, Austin Cindric 8th, Alex Bowman 9th, and Michael McDowell rounding out the top 10. Ty Dillon in 11th, Carson Hocevar in 12th, Austin Dillon 13th, 14th is Kyle Busch, and 15th Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 16th is E.J. Allmendinger with Brad Keselowski 17th, 18th Bubba Wallace, Noah Gragson 19th, and Ty Gibbs 20th. 21st, Christopher Bell, Ryan Blaney 22nd, Josh Berry 23rd, Shane Van Gisbergen 24th, Kyle Larson 25th, and Daniel Suarez 26th. All cars on the lead lap that started this final segment of 26. So obviously, I don't have the full list of the drivers who did not make it. I wonder if the timeline maybe has a list of those who were eliminated from the race. Take a look here. Be lap 150. Just showing the full list of those that were locked in, but not that were not locked in. So I don't think I'm going to have that full list for you guys. There's nothing on NASCAR.com about it, at least. 40 laps complete out of 200. in the final of 3 segments in this year's All-Star Race at Dover. Tyler Reddick, the current race leader, just taking it away from Chase Briscoe in the midst of me going through that running order. Lap car up on the high side of Daniel Suarez. Kind of left Briscoe to be picked behind him as Reddick went to the bottom through 3 and 4 to make the pass for the lead about a lap ago. So Reddick back out in front for the 3rd different time today, and the first time in segment number 3. Denny Hamlin on the long run starting to run down the 19 as well, which is probably not a surprise at the 45 and the 11 for both the class of the field on the long run back in segments 1 and 2. Connor Zilic putting together some good lap times. He was actually faster than the race leader Tyler Reddick that last lap. In 4th place, he's within a 1.5 seconds of our leaders as well. What a run by the rookie Zilic. After a great run a week ago and not getting a great finish, though, at Watkins Glen because of having to pit late with a mechanical issue. Running top 3 for most of that race last weekend. That was probably his coming out party as far as the season has gone so far for the rookie. Maybe today would be a little bit better for him. 9 points being raced, so the points deficit that he has based off of the struggling start to the season for the 88 bunch, that's not going to get any better today, but momentum is a real thing, and I think last week they might have been able to build a little bit of that positive momentum. Just to reiterate, top 10, Tyler Reddick in the lead, Chase Briscoe 2nd, Denny Hamlin 3rd, Connor Zilic in 4th, William Byron 5th, Eric Jones 6th, 7th is Joey Logano, Alex Bowman 8th, Austin Cindric 9th, and how about Ty Dillon in 10th place, having a solid run thus far as well. That is your top 10 on the leaderboard, and we are nearly a quarter of the way home through our final segment of this year's All-Star Race.
Hasn't really gotten any better. His car just hasn't fallen off as much as everybody else. I mean, Ty Gibbs in trouble here.
Down on the apron.
Yeah, it looked like he might have had some of that tire coming apart like we saw in Carson Moscar's car early. Thought I could see.
Gibbs is in his. Had to back up. Going to change tires. Jamie?
Yeah, remember, he was involved in an incident in segment 2, like, and the handling was off. But his wheel is switched to the left, and he also got out a tire going down here.
Bottom of your screen, it is shredded.
It is destroyed, Mike.
Hamlin just went away on this 19 car. Chase Briscoe has his hands full. Things sliding around up off the corners. He's moved around on the racetrack. Losing lap time quick. Here's what happened to Ty Gibbs.
Yeah, that tire obviously going down as he's going into the corner and up the racetrack. Goes up, makes some slight contact with the wall. Hear him out of the gas.
Oof. And unfortunately, that happened just past the entrance to pit road. So
Yeah,
come all the way around.
long ways back around here.
Hamlin is coming, and look at Zilic. Connor Zilic coming up into the picture here.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that 88 car is
Big moment for Connor Zilic.
Just the course of this one. And right now, you know, he has himself in contention to race with these 3 cars in front of him. William Byron not far behind this 88 car of Connor Zilic. Oh, see that the 24 of William Byron right there getting really loose. We've seen several cars. We saw Ty Gibbs spin out right there. We've seen a lot of cars dancing around off of turn 4.
First trip to Dover in a Cup car for rookie Connor Zilic. In the O'Reilly series, he has 1 start here, and it ended up in victory lane. Again, You know, Michael McDowell, I don't think he's run 5 laps single file the whole day. He has battled with, well, everybody.
And you see that right front fender on top of it, it has some bear bond on there. He was actually involved in that first lap crash, the second lap crash. But he has done a nice job of continuing to grind away. And that's the way Michael McDowell always races. He's a grinder.
All right, as Larry told us, NASCAR will throw the all-star caution on or around lap 75. Roughly 20 laps from now. Reddick leading Briscoe by 0.2 of a second. Denny Hamlin within striking distance of the lead, and Connor Zillich right there. We'll see it all as we go.
146 laps to go. Another side-by-side commercial break on Fox Sports 1. I guess that all-star caution was basically what they did towards the end of the race last year at North Wilkesboro. Or was it last year? No, it was 2 years ago already. No, it was last season, North Wilkesboro. I keep forgetting that they actually had the all-star race there for a few years. It was Michael Waltrip last year that dropped the caution flag on the racetrack. Yes, when he was bringing out the caution flag. I don't think Michael Waltrip is going to be waving the flag today. I sure hope not. I hope we've learned from that, and we do not do that for the second year in a row. Mike Joy did a fantastic job waving the green flag earlier. Let's not ruin this, Fox. Tyler Reddick in the race lead. Chase Briscoe in second, 0.6 back. Denny Hamlin, 0.8 back in third. Connor Zillich, 1.1 seconds out of the lead in fourth. And William Byron in fifth is 1.4 seconds out of the lead. That is the top 5, and the top 4 just over a second apart from one another. Take another break here as we're trudging along the All-Star race at Dover Motor Speedway. I am definitely going to upload a short at some point in time later tonight from the All-Star race. So be on the lookout for that. Again, that will be later on after the conclusion of tonight's race. I actually have a chance to edit and upload. Get the race broadcast back up. Plugged out in case there was a little bit of a lag that might have sent me back. Had a hard time trying to find my Hulu app on my phone. There we go. Almost had to put it in the search bar. I'm struggling there for a second. All right. And they're just coming back from promotion.
Bob Bush made a pit stop, fell off to one in the rain here as we continue coming up with 14 and Connor Zillich continues his march forward.
What a great job by that young man. He's kept himself in contention, drove a smart race, started at the back of this field after everything that happened in qualifying, but he has been competitive since they have dropped the green flag.
Both of those 2 cars, William Byron added him to the list. They're holding on better than these Toyotas on deep in this stretch on the long run. Put themselves right in the middle of them. Kyle Busch, second speeding car.
It's not a good day.
Guys, you see that 19 car Chase Briscoe really starting to fade? I've been watching him about the last 10 or 12 laps. I've been watching data since the green flag of this entire event. I've seen nobody using as much brake as he's using for the last 10 or 12 laps. Both ends of the racetrack.
Well, he's in big trouble right now, Larry. He's fallen off 0.75 of a second.
Now, Tyler Reddick is the race leader, but he has a little bit of concern. Here's his radio.
Worry about the right.
And that's why you see all these cars coming to pit road. Those tires aren't lasting. And we still have 11 laps or so to get to this competition caution. So these guys are at the end of this run, and we knew that the tires were going to have a hard time hanging on. And here we are with a lot of guys having to pit to put fresh tires on because the tires are corded.
And the tires are having a hard time holding on, but there's only a second to fall off.
He's in the free pass position. One
So
lap.
it's more like
Wallace.
they hold on for a long period of time, but when they play the race, they cliff. Terrible.
Free pass rule in effect. That was close.
Man. Denny Hamlin wants the nose coming up the racetrack right there and all but slid into the door of Bubba Wallace.
These lappers are not giving these leaders any slack today.
And you remember here, Clint, I mean, when you're running the top of the racetrack or up the racetrack like this and you're having to make these passes on the bottom, you can make it super hard on no matter how fast or slow you are going on that guy on the inside.
This young fella's having a career day. Ty Dillon. They qualified well, running for Colleague Racing. And what's, I think, spectacular about this is that while they run a Chevrolet, they get no help from Chevrolet, no SIP, no data, because they run Rams in the truck series, so they kind of fell off the Chevrolet deal. But Regan, he's having a great day here in the top 10.
Like he is, and it's been fun to watch him and crew chief Andrew Dixon go there and methodically work on this race car, have to adjust all day long. It was really tight early on in the race, so much that he felt like he was blowing through the front tires, couldn't get it to keep the front tires on the car. But the most recent update this last run is now he's overheated the right rear, getting loose at the rear just a bit too much. So they make good adjustments to get it to make it loose the tires. I haven't seen that last little bit.
Gonna hang on for 7 more laps here. The All-Star caution. It's his first time in the All-Star finale. Now, Kyle Busch has done his pass-through down, penalty down pit road, trying to get back one of his 3 laps that he's down.
That's the good thing. If these guys can make it 6 or 7 more laps on their tires, if you just split when we go back racing, that's going to be less laps than what we're running right here. So if your tires look good here, it'd be good to go.
Yeah, so you're basically just going to split that last segment in half.
Saw another big slip up with Reddick. He is holding on.
Hamlin's there.
Tires are definitely wore out on his machine.
Yeah, and when they get to that stage on the tires, you see Denny Hamlin working to the inside of Tyler Reddick, and he's on that same slip and slide as far as Reddick is, but just not quite as bad. But when you can't finish the corner like that, and that car starts to slide up the racetrack, you just have to pedal it. Otherwise, it'll just take off and slide right into the guy on the outside of you. So a lot of finesse comes with the car at this point of the run to be able to keep those back tires from slipping. You're almost just walking the car all the way through the corner, front slips, back slips, and just constantly doing that process throughout the whole corner.
And you're walking it through the corner with the throttle. That's what's unique about this racetrack. Do a lot of the turning and the balance with the right foot, not so much with your hands. About 2 laps away, NASCAR has said in the briefing for the drivers that the All-Star caution would wave at lap 75. If the caution came out in that vicinity, then that would be the All-Star caution. But we're going to make it here in 1 more lap. You can see how slow Reddick is to rotate. What that means, right in the middle of the corner, he's having to really slow his car up to get it rotated. Denny can get in the corner and roll a lot faster than him. There it is again. You see, he turns back down the hill and makes that weight cross and makes Denny tight up off the corner.
And I think Reddick's car is a little bit loose, and he's having to slow that car down to keep it from sliding the back at the end of the first third of the corner. And that's where you see Denny able to roll from the end of the first third to the center.
Here it comes.
Got him.
Getting there. Clear, unit clear.
Oh, he's in trouble. Reddick's in trouble.
And Hamlin's in the lead. Zilich is looking at his inside.
Yeah, don't forget about that 43 car, guys. Eric Jones kind of snuck up on us right here. He's also going to get to the inside, and I think that saved Tyler Reddick right there. He was done. That car, that right front tire was down to the cords and no more turn.
And how about this? 6 different teams are represented in the first 6 positions. 2311, Joe Gibbs Racing, Trackhouse, Legacy, Hendricks, Spire in the top 6.
Look how far Briscoe fell back from the lead. This high horsepower, low downforce package, I like it on a track like Dover.
This has been quite a day.
Like I said earlier, the racing,
Let's look at the
when they have been racing under green's been fantastic. I thought today.
Now, when the road opens, they're going to get a chance to get Goodyear tires and Sunoco race fuel with Poet zero carbon bioethanol. You know, when they first introduced ethanol to gasoline, I was not a fan because I own a lot of older cars and that just doesn't work well for cars that are stored. But I've become a believer because in cars built since 2000, ethanol, 10, 15%, and maybe more, allows us to reduce our dependence on petroleum without drivers having to change their driving habits. So we're going to see in the next couple of years this partnership between Poet, Sunoco, and NASCAR result in race fuel with a higher percentage of ethanol, less dependence on petroleum. It's going to be an exciting time in racing to watch, and this may roll over into our street cars as well.
Well, it'll be a little bit cheaper at the pump. I know that for sure.
That's true. And we could all use that.
That's a fact. All right, Clint, so you want 2 tires right here, correct?
No, sir.
I was just making sure you were paying attention.
No, sir.
20 lead lap cars with Bubba Wallace the free pass law.
On board with Logano here. He's been pretty quiet today, guys. Haven't seen anything spectacular out of that 22 car, but on the flip side of that, we also hadn't seen a catastrophe, which we've seen them have a couple times over the last month or so. So just trying to get the ship righted.
What a couple of great surprises. Connor Zilic in 2nd, Eric Jones in 4th, Michael McDowell in 6th, Ty Dillon in 8th. What a day for them.
And
we
saw this weekend get started off with this pit road competition. A lot of mistakes. You got to keep it clean, Jamie.
Tyler Reddick will hit first in the 45, like 34 laps there. The only thing he said is just concerned about that right front. We listened to that radio. He'll be happy to get those 4 tires. Meanwhile, the 11 of Denny Hamlin, a 4-tire stop here, and said, just tighten up a little bit, keep the car in the racetrack. It's the main course. Regan.
Connor Zilic in the 88 car all the way down towards turn 1 on pit road. Liked his car better that run, but fired off a little bit too tight as he tried to finish the corners by the end of it. Needed some rear grip. The team initially had scuff tires on the wall, but made a late change to stickers.
Denny Hamlin first off pit road with Zilic, Byron, Reddick. Denny Hamlin out in front with 122 laps to go.
Eric Jones in that 43 car lost a couple of spots on pit road, unfortunately. He went from 3rd, or I guess 4th, down 1 position to 5th. Reddick maintains William Byron up 2 spots from 5th to 3rd as he started fading there at the end of that last green flag run. So we have a little less than 125 laps to go right now, and the winner of the race off pit road was Denny Hamlin in the 11, rookie Connor Zilic up to 2nd place. No win in his rookie season so far in the NASCAR Cup Series level. But trying to get an exhibition race win and $1 million richer here this afternoon. The young 19-year-old putting on a show. William Byron in 3rd place for the next restart behind Hamlin and Zilic. Then Tyler Reddick will be 4th. Eric Jones dropped the spot to 5th as mentioned already. And Michael McDowell still holding on strong in 6th place with a good run leading the way for Spire Motorsports. We'll take another break, awaiting the next restart. You're listening live on KRC. Full flag-to-flag coverage of today's race continues. It was the longest green flag run of the day. Hamlin, Zilich, Byron, 1, 2, 3. Reddick, 4th. Eric Jones in 5th. And it looks like Connor Zilich dropping in the back. I think he might have had a penalty on pit road.
Start after the All-Star caution. Let's see. Kyle Larson speeding Daniel Flores, safety violation. And no, don't say it. Put him in over the wall.
Oh.
Well, we say it constantly, Mike. Don't beat yourself. They get themselves in a position to race for an all-star win. Connor Zilich did a great job in the car. It's really the first time, aside from Coda and Watkins Glen, that we've seen him competitive on an oval with a great chance to win, and now over.
The restart 21st. Oh, Willie B's doing Willie B things. Just quietly staying in the hunt. He was good on the long run. Do not forget about that 2-4.
No, and he's just not a loquacious type of person to go out there and really exploit everything that he's doing. So
you and your word
always sneaks up on you.
The thesaurus. Yeah, that's not. We're headed for the Yucca Park on the restart zone.
See Hosebar ripping around the top right there, making up a little bit of ground. But himself, another 3 wide move by Chase Briscoe. We know that he needs to go. We know that his car comes off as we get towards the end of this run. But the main thing that you got to do is don't let Denny Hamlin get too far away if you are Tyler Reddick.
Briscoe's got work to do. We know how strong that Eric Jones car has been all day. 43.
They really have done a great job, even in qualifying, as you see the 19 car go by. But the strength of that 43 is it doesn't fall off. He has a great long run car.
And all right, strength and weakness is Reddick. We know it fell off at the end. I need to go right now. Get in position. That 24 car was extremely good on a long run.
Yeah, and we're going to run, as Larry told us, we're going to run less laps this run than what we have by about
Need to make 60 laps. 60 laps. That splits it right down the middle. I think they'll come a little early, though, just to get advantage of those tires.
Well, that's good, Larry, because 60, and after 60, those tires really seem to fall off. Everything is continuous. Got on 13 now, 14. Stenhouse trying to move on.
Yeah, and if this goes like it did at the beginning of the race, and this race has a green flag type run to it,
Yes.
we'll probably put a video together for you to show you a few things that happened in qualifying yesterday.
Wow.
But I can tell you that you're going to have to push that pit stop in order to not lose a bunch of time. And when you do that, there is a chance for a whole bunch of mistakes.
Of the 36 teams had trouble in simplifying of one certain team.
And in my opinion, is a big part why you see the field that you see for this All-Star race.
16th place, Alex Woolman hanging on here against Ryan Blaney in that reconstructed Mustang.
I mean, it was the same for everybody. Same weekend for everybody, and some of them made mistakes yesterday. Put them at the back of that field and unfortunately got caught up in a wreck early.
I love this gyro cam. It shows how Blaney is really at an angle in the banking of these corners, and the straightaways are banked too.
Watch his shoulder right here. When he goes in the corner, you see the load of the... See him go in the corner. Not only does it push him down in his seat, but his body actually... It wants to rip you out the right side of the car. That's what it wants you to do. So your body actually, from the G-forces, slides to the right. And, you know, you can see his whole upper body move right there. During the truck race on Friday, that in-car camera that we had of Clint, all we could see, especially once he went a lap down, he got lazy and just started laying his head against the headrest like, I'm done.
Well, I knew, or I thought that wheel was going to fall off, so I was prepared myself.
You were tired.
Boy, Connor Zilic does not have the car that he had prior to the caution.
Never going to happen. Not back here. I mean, and you heard Denny Hamlin talking about that earlier. What's your car like in traffic? And they want you'll have to have a whole different setting on your car as far as how loose or tight it is in order to make your car handle in traffic. And Connor's been racing at the front of the pack all day, working on his race car and his adjustments. Now he's mired back in traffic. Needs something totally different, Jamie.
Well, Kevin, we heard drivers yelling about the handling of their car and their tires going away at the end of 75 laps.
Good question for Larry, who said earlier he thought they'd come a little sooner than splitting this in half.
Yeah, I'm talking 3 or 4 laps. I don't think they're going to come too much sooner because then that makes you have to run too many laps on the other half.
Maybe now, maybe later.
Yeah, and a lot of these cars that fell off at the beginning, knowing that they're going to fall off a little sooner than some of those cars, they might take a chance hoping that they get a caution or something at the end of the race, but you don't want to wait. You don't want to stay out there too long because these tires are right on the edge of being completely worn out when they get into these field windows.
Selection Bowman had great cars earlier. Now they are in the back of the pack. 2 fellows who are not are the Dillon brothers. Here is Austin in 8th. His younger brother Ty is right behind him. They drive for different teams, but the Dillons are having a great day here. There's the other RCR car of Kyle Busch, 1 lap down. Christopher Bell is right now in the free pass position.
Yeah,
it's the battle right there.
Yeah, and when you talk about that A car of Kyle Busch, he got involved in one of our wrecks today. But look, RCR's been off, and I think as you look over the last month, they've made some crew chief changes on this A car. We saw both of those cars in the top 10 at Texas. We saw Kyle Busch in the top 10, top 5 at Texas. Had a little issue at the end of the race. Both cars in the top 10 last week at Watkins Glen. I think they've improved with the changes that they've made at RCR.
Absolutely. The Andy Stringer's crew chief Kyle Cook in top 5 last week, ran out of gas on the last lap. But now Kyle Busch is in the free pass position, having passed Christopher Bell. Eric Jones, Michael McDowell fighting for 5th, and there's Hocevar right with him.
And it's about that time during the run that we're seeing that early car speed kind of start to fade, and now you see Eric Jones starting to work himself back forward. And at the end of the last run, he was actually right with the leaders when that caution came out. So don't count that 43 car out yet.
Well, the 43 synonymous with Richard Petty, who had 7 victories here at Dover.
See, Hocevar, he's kept himself in the game. We saw one of his tires come unwound early in the race, get into the fence, kept grinding away, made some repairs to that car, looking to go to the inside of Eric Jones right there for 5th place.
102 laps to go in NASCAR's All-StarRace. Denny Hamlin out front.
Denny Hamlin leads for right now. He was better on the long run, it seemed, than Tyler Reddick in the early portion of segment number 3 before we had the All-Star caution at around lap 75 in this final segment. But we'll see if he will be the best on the long run this time, because he was getting ran down from behind by Connor Zilic and Eric Jones at that point in time. Now, Eric Jones is still in the 6th place position. Unfortunately, though, for Connor Zilic, had the pit road penalty with the pit crew being over the wall too soon. That costed them a little bit of time. Denny Hamlin's lead over William Byron right now is 1.6 seconds. Tyler Reddick is 2.8 seconds back in 3rd. Chase Briscoe 3.8 seconds back in 4th. And then Carson Hocevar 5 seconds out of the lead in 5th. Eric Jones at 6th is 5.2 seconds back. Michael McDowell 5.7 back in 7th. 8th place, Austin Dillon, 6.7 seconds out of the lead. Ty Dillon in 9th, 7.1 back. And rounding out the top 10, Brad Keselowski, he's 7.3 seconds out of the lead as well. 5 lead changes in the final segment so far. Just the 1 caution at lap 75, and that was the, competition caution, if you will, the All-Star caution. That was guaranteed. Now we for sure have no more guaranteed cautions the rest of the way in this 125-lap dash to the end. By the time we went green, we had a little less than 120 to go. So trying to split right around 60 and 60 to make it to the end. We have a little less than 100 laps left right now. 98 laps remaining. Denny Hamlin, the pole sitter, out in front as of right now. Trying to be $1 million richer. This win will not vault him up another peg in the all-time wins list. He'll still be at, I believe, 63, but looking to still get another win nevertheless. And Denny Hamlin trying to add on to the many accolades in his NASCAR Cup career today. Got about 100 concurrent viewers watching. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in this afternoon. Live commentary coverage continues of the All-Star race at Dover Motor Speedway. Carson Hocevar up 6 positions from the last restart. He's in the top 5 and 5th. And I believe the biggest mover since the last restart. Connor Zilic up 5 positions to 16th as well after the pit road penalty. Most of the cars he has passed have had damage. Hocevar fighting his way through traffic here. And he was 17th at the very start of this final segment. So he's already up 12 positions total. He had 6 in the first 75 laps. And over the last 20 to 25, he has gained another 6.
Well, out front, as battles continue all around the track here at Dover. Now, it's formed by NASCAR about the penalty on Connor Zilic. The penalty is actually for interference. The right front tire will roll toward the pit wall, and that would normally not be a penalty except Noah Gragson was pitting, and that tire gets in the way of his crewman.
Watch this right front tire roll up here. You'll see Noah's crewman go to step up right there, almost trips him up. That's interference.
So Richmond's now 16, having got flaps past Dorman and Delaney.
And that's really where we saw the strength of this 88 car earlier in the race, was as he was able to maintain with those guys on the long run, actually be a little bit better than the leaders on the long run. But see Joey Logano drift up in front of that 88 trying to give a little aero block.
And you can see, to your point, Kevin, how much better the 88 rolls the center of the corner than him. About the Dillon brothers going at it there for 8th place behind Michael McDowell. Ty had a look at Austin down on the inside going into the last set of corners. Here he comes again. It's been quite a day. It started out with a crash on lap 2, then a big crash, 9 cars at lap 72, then 3 more cautions. Here's radio remix on what has been a wild day at Dover.
You know,
I think that I hate the fact that they're crashing cars and doing all the things that they're doing, but this combination of aero package and horsepower in this racetrack, and I know it's affected the end of this race a little bit, but they are so edgy and so hard to drive, and puts the drivers in a position to where they're making mistakes and having
making the drivers the difference today, for sure.
What looks like what is going to happen here is we're going to make a green flag pit stop, and we saw all the mistakes that they made with how rough this racetrack is, trying to get on pit road, trying to get off pit road. The guy leading the race spun out, coming to just take off, coming to just get up on the racetrack in qualifying. So a lot of room for error right here as you start to make these green flag pit stops.
yeah, we're monitoring some radios. I just want to reset it. We went back racing at lap 81 with 119 laps to go.
Let's look at some of what happened yesterday in qualifying and the Big Iron Challenge.
And that right there, Denny Hamlin was just going out of the pits, just trying to get the tires warm.
1/3 of the field at Sugar in qualifying. Sorry, back to Larry.
No, that's okay. We went back racing at lap 81. That's 119 laps to go. Split that right down the middle. That's 60 laps of run. That means you're coming about lap 140, 141. When they see some come along, 135, Billy Scott told Tyler Reddick a while ago, though, about lap 140. They're going to split it right down the middle.
Well, there you go. And you know you're going to try to do something to close this gap on Denny Hamlin, but the gap, Kevin, Denny Hamlin's done a masterful job of creating a gap and taking some of the pressure off of himself and that team. If in fact we go to this green flag stop that you spoke of.
Well, it allows him to do several things. When he has that gap, it allows him to back the entry of the corner up, make sure that he's not sliding the car off the corner, not pushing the right front tire too hard. And if you can maintain that gap between the pit road, it allows you to back that entry up and give up a couple seconds if you have to on your pit road entry, not push the speed down pit road and getting off of pit road.
But this takes pressure off everybody. Him in the driver's seat, approaching pit road, you know, you don't have to charge near as hard. You've got a comfortable margin to be able to give up a little bit. But you know they're going to try something. Short pit, try to give Luck a chance to operate with some of these guys. Somebody's going to do something.
Tell me about this 10 car and Ty Dillon. College racing not having a relationship with Chevrolet. What are they missing?
Everything.
Well,
yeah, simulation. That simulation is really the main thing that you miss in order to get those heights right. Get your springs and bump stops and everything set to the exact amount of where they need to be set. So it just you don't go to the simulator. You don't have time going in there and working on your craft from a driver standpoint, helping the team from a driver standpoint know what you want to be able to have in the setup. And then you don't have anything to share with any of the other teams to see what they run on the weekend to be able to compare yourself to, which all these manufacturers do in order to keep themselves as competitive as possible as a group.
Well, I think that makes this top 10 run here for Ty Dillon. Congratulatory. All right, Bubba Wallace, who got the free pass on the caution at lap 77, is going to go one lap down right here.
Yeah, that's a shame for Bubba, who had such a competitive car early in this race. And you see, the only real damage that we can tell is that splitter on the front of the car, but just how much that dictates how these cars handle with the amount of downforce, because there's not a lot of downforce left on these race cars with as small as the spoiler is, that simple diffuser in the back. They just aren't making the downforce that they did with all the other aero packages.
Before these drivers take a pit stop, we're going to take one with 79 laps to go in NASCAR's $1 million to win All-Star Race.
All right, All-Star Race continues onward with Denny Hamlin in the race lead. A 3.7 second advantage over William Byron in second. 4.7 seconds to Tyler Reddick in seventh. Chase Briscoe 5.5 seconds out of the lead in fourth. Fifth place is Carson Hocevar. Eric Jones still in sixth from when we last stated. Austin Dillon 7th. Michael McDowell's dropped a few spots to 8th place. Ty Dillon in 9th, and Brad Keselowski back in the top 10, rounding out those top 10 spots. A little less than 80 laps to go in the All-Star Race at Dover Motor Speedway. Everybody will have to pit one more time for fuel and tire purposes before the end of the race. We are expecting those pit stops at or around 68 laps to go, and with 77 left and counting down right now, we are not too far away from that. Lap times right now have fallen off only about 0.7 of a second from the best laps of this final segment for race leader Denny Hamlin, so nowhere near cliffing at the moment. 4.3 second lead for Hamlin, one of the largest leads of the day for anybody in the field. It's the largest lead Hamlin has had, was right around 4.5 seconds, when oddly enough he had that lead over William Byron back in segment number 1. And that was what felt like an eternity ago with all the cautions we have seen in today's race. 7 total. 6 of which for incident. I guess technically 8 cautions if you count the segment break at the end of segment 2. We had 6 cautions for incident. And then the last 2 yellows were not, between the mandatory caution in segment number 3, the All-Star caution, if you will, and then again the end of segment 2. Segment 1 ended under caution way back when, at the end of those first 75 laps. So Hamlin leads, William Byron again P2, Tyler Reddick third, Chase Briscoe in fourth. Seeing really any movement in the top five in at least 20 to 25 laps. Ty Gibbs slow on the racetrack again, trying to make his way to pit road. He has had a few right front tire failures today. He got loose out of turn 4, running in the 4th place position back at segment 2, spun. And had some damage underneath the car when that right front tire popped amidst the slide, and now has had to come to pit road early a couple of times because of right front tire failures. No debris caution in either of those circumstances in this final segment. Denny Hamlin will be working himself to 70 laps to go this time by. Now has the largest lead that anybody has had in the race today, 5.7 seconds and counting. Tyler Reddick closing in on William Byron in a battle for second late in the segment as well.
Into the wall one more time. Same thing. Right front tire. And we saw that car spin out earlier and have to drive all the way around the racetrack. That grinds the bottom of that pan off on the bottom of the car and totally changes the handling of the vehicle. And they've had nothing but trouble with what is apparently a tight race car tearing up that right front tire.
Blaney's 49ers. Blaine Tomic in 14th place.
Yeah, Blaney's worked his way up to 14th in what looks like a transformer race vehicle. They basically took a completely mangled car and straightened it all out in the garage, brought that thing back out here for segment 3, and you see what it looks like with all that duct tape and bear bond. They've continued to make that car better, stay on the lead lap, and earn themselves full.
And he is second of the Penske Fords with Austin Cindric in 9th, Blaney in 14th, Logano in 18th, and Josh Berry in the 21-19.
And there's nothing that'll make you madder as his teammate is if he goes by you with that car looking like it does and yours hasn't been torn up all day, and he goes by you and finishes in front of you.
Ricky Stenhouse taking a spot from Noah Gragson. Yesterday, Stenhouse spun in qualifying. I regret that it just came to mind, one of his short track nicknames that I applied and which I had. Ricky was trying hard, trying to get the most out of that race car, and it snapped around on him. All good now as he is 16th, 15th, make that. Trying to move up.
Yeah, it looks like Ricky's starting to struggle a little bit. He's going up the hill, and you see Joey that got him with a massive run on the 48 of Alex Bowman. I really thought that Alex Bowman would be a car that with his past stats here and that success of that team was going to be somebody that would race in the front part of this field. It just has not happened today. A lot of lane choices to be able to choose. You see all of these cars. Oh, here we go.
First to the takers for pit road under green, Carson Hocevar gives up a top 5 spot to pit.
And this is what we talked about, Clint. Just somebody willing to get outside of the box just a little bit to try to leapfrog some of those cars that he was racing around.
All right, Carson Hocevar first to pit road of the top front runners. Who else will follow with about 64 laps to go? Obviously, fuel window is going to be open to make it to the end of the race. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on his way in. Christopher Bell falling off the lead lap at the hands of race leader Denny Hamlin as Hamlin works his way off turn 4. For Hocevar, he's really got to hope we don't see a caution. William Byron from third place is going to come on to pit road also. Byron out of the pit box and rolling away. I believe I see Ryan Blaney potentially on the pit road. Tough to tell for sure who that was back there. Oh, Joey Logano spinning off turn 2. He's parked against the inside of the racetrack. He's out of harm's way, but he is stuck and stalled. And the caution is out. And yes, Blaney is on pit road. Spin for Joey Logano. He's taking the gloves off. I believe his day is going to be done. And the rough season for the 22 team continues.
Hi, I'm okay.
Sounds like he took a big hit.
Winter outbreak.
You're running around the bottom of the racetrack and something happens. It's a long way up. It's 2 stories up to get to that wall on the outside.
Right along with him, Joey Logano getting into turn 1.
If I were from a point, you better have his rear trying what?
That's exactly why you heard Joey Logano acting like.
Yeah, a big hit, but again, going back to the lead, the right rear's still up, so I think it was the left rear. Yeah, there it is.
And that's a big hit on Joey Logano's in-car right there, and you see how violent that is.
And I was just talking about that, right? It's going to be eventually either one or two things: the green flag pit stops, no mistakes, or a tire, somebody was going to have an issue that we saw earlier, starting to show its head, but we've got fluid on the racetrack. Denny Hamlin having that big lead like this didn't have to, he wasn't forced down pit road because he had the affordability to wait for something like this.
And those other guys just trying to make something happen. The 24 of Byron and Hosamar just trying to get ahead of things and trying to make up some ground by getting ahead of that pit cycle. And these are the things that happen in Dover when you're in this scenario that you want to make something happen and the caution comes out, then you wind up 2 laps down.
So this will take a bit of cleanup for the fluid up there as Logano's car came off the outside wall. There will be no free pass because Logano was the first car 1 lap down. And, of course, is now in the race. So we have, after pit stops, let's wait till they come around one more time and we will double check the scoring. Right now I'm showing 12 cars on the lead lap because drivers who made pit stops under green want a lap down. We'll recap that in a moment.
A lot of pressure on the pit crews. Get them on quick. A lot of cars in between Hamlin, Reddick, and Briscoe. You just see Reddick and Briscoe in your sight right there. A lot of cars in between them.
Josh Berry going to get the free pass, being the first car lap down 13th, by the way.
Until they remove Joey Logano's car, Larry, so crew chiefs have a little extra time to think about what they want to do and what adjustments they might want to make.
Yeah, the adjustments, I think, is the decision. I think there is no question because we're going to have just over 50 laps to go. You're going to want 4 tires. And, of course, those drivers like William Byron, like Ty Dillon, Blaney Stenhouse, they'll take the wave around to try to get back on the lead lap. But, yeah, no question, 4 tires. And that was 58 laps on Joey Logano's 22 car on his set of tires.
Kyle Larson in the pit lane, although pit road is closed, so he will restart tail of the longest line when that's down on his car.
I think that they've done everything that they can do to put that car in contention to be competitive. Hats off to the crew to be able to put that car back on the racetrack. A lot of the fans, here watch Kyle Larson and put the effort in to put that HendrickCars.com Chevrolet back on the racetrack is what those fans came here to see. So kudos to that team for putting in the time to try to make it happen.
Did you have the 3 in your fantasy pool or the 43? Boy, Jones and Dillon up there in the top 5 as we get down to what could be the final run to the flag here.
Yeah, and I think on this pit stop, Denny Hamlin has enough lap cars in between him and the second place car. He just needs to be really conservative coming down pit road, pit crew just needs to do a solid job, not make any mistakes. They're going to come out with the lead. My question with Denny Hamlin is what we've seen a couple times throughout the year. How does he take off on the restart? He's had a little bit of trouble on the restarts in some of these places of just having the speed that he needs in order to get going for those first handful of laps.
Not in some of these places. This place today, he's been beat on the restart a couple times already.
And we know that Chase Briscoe has been really good on the restarts. Tyler Reddick has been really good on the restarts. So 57 laps to go. As these laps keep ticking off, it starts to get more into closer to the window of shorter run, which falls into the hands of these two cars right here, of Chase Briscoe and Tyler Reddick.
Now, Kyle Larson was set to run to the finish, but as they say on the horse track that is inside this 1 mile concrete oval, his horse fell out from under him. He lost the power steering on his number 5 Chevrolet, so that's why he went to the garage.
Well, it's
They
not
once ran a NASCAR race on the horse track
really.
with trotters. Cale Yarborough, Bobby Allison, Darrell Waltrip, 4 drivers in all. And Bobby's horse didn't want to go. So Mel Joseph, who built this track for the Rollins family and the other investors, brought out another horse and sulky from his collection. And Cale was mad because he thought they'd given Bobby a ringer. Well, Bobby ended up with the trophy. But boy, Dale Earnhardt was the 4th driver who participated, and they gave their all. But Bobby Allison just proved once again that he can win no matter what he's driving.
Now, I do have one question there, Mike. You say he gave it his all. What actually does the carriage rider do?
I
got you.
He's got reins and he's got a whip.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a lot to do there.
You know, looking at that overhead of this place, I've always loved this racetrack. The scene, the casino right there on the back stretch. Just a cool place to race and to visit. Always been one of my favorites.
Ty Gibbs in the garage, joining Joey Logano and Kyle Larson. Now, one NASCAR weekend here, now I think we're talking back in the 1980s, they ran flat track motorcycles on the center track inside the oval, and so much dust got blown into the garage. Well, that never happened again.
Well, the green light's on pit road, boys. You know what that means. History lesson's over. Get them on quick.
You see that massive gap that the 11 car has over the 45 right there. That'll pay off. Jamie?
And Tyler Reddick in the 45 hits from 2nd. They're going to make an adjustment and 4 tires here. He also wants a bottle, a little bit thirsty in there. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin says, this is the best we've been. This car did everything I wanted it to do. Had a 7-second lead. 4 tires are any difference. Bring it.
Austin Dillon comes to the service of his team, 12th overall on pit road so far this year. Needs a good stop right here. As for the race car, been on the tight side. It was better this last run, but asked for more of the same adjustment.
And they're going to beat Reddick.
Briscoe out second ahead of Reddick, Jones, Dillon, Cindric.
Zillich up a couple more.
I'm with you, Kevin. I think the short run speed goes to Briscoe or Reddick.
And race left. Speeding police are out.
Uh-oh. Who?
Tyler Reddick.
Oh.
They don't have it.
Excuse me. Rinse and repeat. 47. Ricky Stenhouse, not the 45. Sorry, folks. Breathe.
Gave me a heart attack right there, Mike.
False alarm.
Sorry, folks. We got a little mistaken information, but it's all corrected now. So Ricky Stenhouse will start out back. He'll be the last car on the lead lap, 14th. Again, no free pass because Joey Logano would have been the free pass call. Last year, this was point race at Dover. Denny Hamlin, the winner. Chase Briscoe finished 2nd. Here they are right up front once again for what could be the final restart of the day.
Well, it's definitely a racetrack that has been in the wheelhouse of Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe, and those Toyotas from Joe Gibbs Racing. You watch through the years, this has just been a really strong racetrack for that team and those cars. And Denny Hamlin's so good at this racetrack for so many years. He's been in control of this race for the second half of it for sure after the first invert, but he's done a great job.
Well, that's why we picked him in the pre-race. It wasn't it was a unanimous decision. All three of us finally agreed on the one thing, common denominator of Denny Hamlin and the power of him, but takes care of his tires, all the ingredients. He was patient during these segments. The second segment, he just took his time and got back to the front, put himself in position to win this $1 million.
Let's look ahead. Is Denny Hamlin in the championship for this year?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Is he the favorite?
Yes.
And the reason that I think he is the favorite, I think Denny Hamlin is the favorite because we know that he can do what he needs to do on every style of racetrack except for the road courses. Well, guess what? The Roval is gone. There are no road courses in the last 10 weeks of the season this year. We know Watkins Glen is coming back next year, but Tyler Reddick, we know that he has a little bit of struggle on the short tracks, and Denny Hamlin just seems to be the more well-rounded guy.
Consistency is going to prevail in these playoffs. You're going to have to be consistent throughout the course of those, and I think that goes to Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, like Mark Martin, Denny Hamlin is the uncrowned champion of NASCAR, and that certainly could change this year.
And that's no knock on Tyler Reddick.
No.
Tyler Reddick is doing a great job. He's won 5 races, been there at the end, grinding away. Best that Tyler Reddick has ever been in his career. But that guy in that 11 car is great.
These two get into each other going for this win on this restart. This car that we're riding with right here on Advent Health, the 43 of Eric Jones, had a good car all day long, would not surprise me a bit.
And don't be surprised that that 45 car is way higher than the 11 car on this original start right here.
He's going to be up on the 8th floor going around these.
You know he's going.
All right, here we go. 52 laps remaining. Hamlin, Briscoe, front row. Hamlin outside of row 1 has not had the race lead at the end of the first lap on any restart today. Can he hold on this time? Green flag back in the air. Good launch for Denny, but that hasn't been the problem every step of the way. Shortest way around the track for Briscoe on the inside. Hamlin does not side draft him well enough, and again, Hamlin gets beat on a restart. This time it's the 19 of Briscoe for the second time, besting Hamlin. And so Briscoe leads with 51 laps to go, this time by at the line. Side-by-side battle amongst, it looks like Austin Dillon, Austin Cindric for 5th place. Hamlin trying to get to the back bumper of the 19, who wiggled a bit in the center of turns 1 and 2. But the 19 more steady by exit of the corner. Andor wins the race back to the throttle, and Denny Hamlin's going to have to work for this. Hamlin had about a 7-second lead before that last caution came out with Joey Logano spinning on the racetrack after a flat tire. Hamlin, a lot of pressure to Briscoe already to the back bumper, but the longer it takes for him to get around, well, maybe that 45 of Tyler Reddick, who's been fantastic on short runs today, in segment 2 winner, Tyler Reddick, be able to get back into the picture of these guys up at the front of the field as well. I mean, how clutch that 45 car has been this year alone in late race restart situations. Most wins, but he doesn't have anywhere near the laps led that the 11 of Denny Hamlin has had so far in 2026. Hamlin has led for the most laps today, total between all 3 segments combined. 48 laps to go for the 19.
Keep him honest with it. I think the experience and the wisdom behind that 11 driver.
Well, he's going to push him. I mean, he's going to push him because he knows his car has fallen off as we've gone through these previous runs. So he wants to push him as hard as he can to try to make that happen as quick as possible.
You keep pushing and making your car tight, making them tires mad, they usually don't pay you back.
11th place at the bottom. Sit ahead of John Keselowski, and here comes Byron continuing to move up from the back of the pack.
Yeah, William Byron's done a nice job today. That car has been competitive, and we've asked a lot of questions about the 24 as to where they are. They've been really inconsistent as we've gone throughout our portion of the season and seen them just have some disasters at a couple of races, and that's not typical for that 24 team.
Denny, without a doubt, has the better car. It's how wide can Chase make that 19 car and keep him behind him. Try to keep him as much as you can in the wake of your car.
And we've seen it take Tyler Reddick a little while to fire off on those last couple of runs. So right now, he's just hoping that Chase Briscoe holds him off until his car gets a little bit better legs underneath it to make up that gap.
It's like to be an exec at Joe Gibbs Racing on days like this. You've got your drivers. Either one of whom could win $1 million. This has got to be tense. This kind of racing.
I think you nailed it. And Kevin, you've experienced this as an owner. Yes, it's fun to have both your cars running 1-2 going for $1 million, but a little nerve-wracking, huh?
It is nerve-wracking, and you try to let them have as much rope as they can have to be able to race as hard as they want, not show favoritism, do everything you can to empower both teams and drivers to feel like that they can race and do the things that they need to do to win. Only thing that you ask is just please don't wreck them. One of you better win the race.
Denny Hamlin didn't have a good lap there at all. Yeah, 74 to a 97.
You know who did was Eric Jones. He is the quickest car on the racetrack right now.
Argo here.
He and Briscoe tied for fastest lap last time by.
Yeah, and you can see those lap times on the pylon right there and keep track of these guys as they go from lap to lap.
That was Reddick's. Excuse me, that's Jones' radio. We have some radio from Reddick.
Yeah, you see him just barely touching that apron. That's what you do when you have a tight race car and you're running the bottom of the racetrack. You want to try to breathe on that apron just a little bit on the 3/4 of the way around the corner. And if you can get that left front tire right down next to the asphalt, it'll help just kind of turn that car around the corner. And you're going to see him do everything that he can to get that car down right there to just barely touch that asphalt, Clint, to help it turn.
All right, Hamlin. Briscoe 88, Hamlin 81. Found a little something as he moved up here.
Yeah, and I think that 2/10 miss, I think that's exactly what it was. If you get in there and the back tires start to slide into turn 3, next thing you know, you're chasing that thing all the way up the hill. Or if you get the front tires to pushing up off the corner, it's a very difficult racetrack to be able to repeat lap after lap after lap.
Now we're talking 04 to a 93. Moved up, getting the momentum up off the corners. You can see him closing in down the straightaways.
Denny Hamlin is there. Looking to take the lead for $1 million.
Now,
Coming 7 to go.
Coming to 37 laps to go, like you say. And, and look at those lap times right now. You got a 91 for the first 2 cars, Reddick at 04. So Reddick is not gaining the time that he needs to gain to be able to make this pass around Chase Briscoe when it's time, if it ever happens for Denny Hamlin.
Either is Jones, Cindric, the first Ford, Austin Dillon, the first Chevy, 5th and 6th. There's Coach Gibbs.
And that's what happens when you're stressed out from the team owner's side of things. You look around and you go stand behind the pit box and you don't want to watch. You wish you could just hit the fast forward button to see how it plays out, hoping that your cars are going to be rolling around as 1-2. You don't really care which one it is, but if I had to choose one, if I was Joe Gibbs right now,
You can't choose.
well, I think if you're Denny Hamlin, we expect him to win. But if I had to choose one, I would pick Chase Briscoe because they need the momentum. They need something to kickstart themselves in the right direction to get the rest of their season going.
Jamie?
Yeah, Kevin, that's exactly what I wanted to update. Look at the season that they've had after having 3 wins last year. They cannot finish these races. 5 finishes of 23rd or worse for Chase Briscoe. And it's not from lack of trying or lack of speed. They simply have had it. And then this week, and the things off in practice, fenced it and have right side damage the whole team had to work and rebuild the whole right side at the end, the last lap of practice. So far, but I know it wasn't the best on the long run last run.
He's had a flawless start. One car got into the wall at the exit of turn 2. Reddick drops down to the apron. It's
Reddick with
I
problems.
believe did hit the wall up in 2.
The lettering was still on the tires. I think that car,
That's not. See what he needs here.
something going on under the hood.
And you heard it talk about that car being tighter than it was the last times, but it looks like they're checking from the engine compartment standpoint.
He slowed dramatically at turn 2, went way up the racetrack. And here is Hamlin to the outside. Go, Briscoe.
Oh boy.
Passes under.
And you're going to see Briscoe do everything he can, trying to force Hamlin into a mistake. He knows he has a better race car right now. Pure defense, Clint, just trying to make it happen, but I don't think you got any. Looks like
Briscoe not going to be able to hold Denny Hamlin off for long. He's going to try to cross him over to the inside after Hamlin was clear up out of turn 4. Hamlin now runs that wider line through turns 1 and 2. Briscoe wiggles around in the bottom lane. Hamlin holds clear again out of turn 2. And with 29 laps to go, Denny Hamlin leads at Dover yet again for the third different time today, and looking to hold on to win another All-Star race. And of course, the first of which here at Dover Motor Speedway. We'll go through the full field running order, all 26 cars at least for which that started this final stage or segment, if you will, of 26 cars, excuse me. Denny Hamlin in the race lead, couple tenths ahead of Briscoe, looking to pull away like he did earlier in this final segment. Eric Jones up to third, Austin Cindric fourth, and Austin Dillon rounds out the top 5 and 5th. Connor Zilic up to 6th place. What a great recovery after running in 2nd at one point in time before a pit road penalty. Michael McDowell in 7th, Alex Bowman in 8th, Noah Gregson 9th, AJ Allmendinger rounding out the top 10. 11th is William Byron, Brad Keselowski 12th, Ryan Blaney 13th is the last car in the lead lap. Carson Hocevar, first car off the lead lap at 14th, Ty Dillon 15th, Shane Van Gisbergen in 16th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 17th, Shane Van Gisbergen 18th, Bubba Wallace 19th, and 20th is Josh Berry. 21st, Daniel Suarez, Tyler Reddick 22nd after just having the issues that seemed terminal for him for the end of the race. Christopher Bell 23rd, Ty Gibbs 24th, Joey Logano 25th, just crashed moments ago, and Kyle Larson pulled off the track before him. 26th for Larson out of 26 in the final segment. Started with 36, so eliminated 10 at the end of segment number 2, but most of those were eliminated after the 2 big crashes that we saw earlier in the race back in segment number 1, 2 9-car pileups, so many of which that are in the back half of the field. Of the 26 we have on track were involved in incidents today. Only 13 cars on track have not been involved in any incidents so far out of the 36 original that started. Big wiggle out of Austin Cindric and Austin Dillon, the other Austin, looking to make a pass for 4th on the racetrack. Connor Zilic closing in behind both of them. If we get a late race caution, can't count the 88 out of it. He's got a big run to the inside of Cindric now, looking to take over 5th. 23 to go at the line this time by. Cindric struggling with his race car at this point in the run. Loses 2 positions in the span of a lap or so. Zilic back to 5th. Denny Hamlin only a half a second ahead of Briscoe. Briscoe is still keeping decent pace with that 11 car. He's not out of it yet if Hamlin and those tires on the 11 car start to clip at all. He did a lot better job pacing himself earlier in this final segment, but back in segments 1 and 2, he didn't look quite as good the longer the run went. Was ran down by other cars on the track. You just wonder what could have been for the 88 car had he not had his issues earlier in the race. And really, it was earlier in this final segment. We haven't had a restart Now, let me get my facts straight here. We had one pit stop and one caution since Zilich had his pit road penalty. He has come from the tail end of the lead lap all the way back up to fifth. He's within a second of Austin Dillon for fourth, and then to Eric Jones in third. He is roughly 4 seconds behind him. So it's going to be tough to pick up another spot beyond fourth place if it does stay green to the end. But the hope, you get to fourth, caution comes out, you're within those front 2 rows. If the pit crew does as good as they did on the last stop, or they gained a couple spots, and the stop before that, they gained a couple spots if it wasn't for the pit road penalty. That 88 team has been right there. Alex Bowman in the 48 looking to make a pass on Michael McDowell for 7th. Battle going on there. Bowman's been pretty good in the last couple of races. Couple of third-place finishes at Talladega in Texas. Late April, early May. And momentum has carried over into the All-Star race for the 48 team. Still have half the regular season to go to try to get themselves in the chase after Bowman missed 4 races due to vertigo earlier in the season. Substituted out of one of which at Coda as well when first diagnosed. Briscoe a little bit quicker than Hamlin that last lap by a few hundredths of a second, but can he put that together on consecutive laps to continue to run down the 11 car, who had gotten to the lead but again has not pulled away? Eric Jones 4.1 seconds out of the lead in third, and again the deficit between first and second, roughly 0.4 of a second between Hamlin and Briscoe, P1 and P2. About 17 laps to go. Another big gain for Chase Briscoe that last lap. And Briscoe now only a couple tenths off of Denny Hamlin. This race is far from over, ladies and gentlemen. And $1 million on the line to the race winner. 15 to go for Hamlin. Getting by Shane Van Gisbergen lap car at the end of the front stretch. Both cars, the 11 and the 19, get by on the outside pretty easily. Briscoe running just a little bit wider than Denny Hamlin on entry into the corner. Hamlin slides up in the middle. That's where the dirty air problem kind of comes into effect for the 19. He's trying to run as different of a line on entry as possible so at least he can help the turn in. And definitely diamonding the corners off maybe a little bit more than that 11 car as well, which is going to eat away at the tires. But with this last restart coming with 52 laps to go, it's actually going to be one of the shortest runs on tires from the last restart to the end of the race. The caution comes out. We may still see another pit stop as we've seen about 7 to 8 tenths of a second of fall off to this point in the run in just over 30 to 35 laps. $12 to go at the line this time by. Briscoe lost a little bit that last lap to Hamlin, maybe a car length or two. And about a 5 to 6 car length lead for Hamlin as they cross the start-finish line that last time by. $11 laps to go at the line. Hamlin still riding on strong. $11 to go now this time by for Hamlin. And Hamlin's starting to lengthen his gap out over Chase Briscoe yet again. Seems like he adds about a car length a lap or so over the last 3 to 4 laps combined. And whatever Briscoe had left in his 19 car on the current set of tires that we have, he was pretty much using the rest of what he had up. And he's starting to falter. Good news is he should hang on to second place if we saw a late yellow, because he's 5 seconds now ahead of Eric Jones in third. Zilic still has not quite ran down Austin Dillon, who remains in fourth. They're within a second of each other. That's the closest battle now within the top 5 positions. Briscoe now down around the bottom of the racetrack, just doing whatever he can to keep from bleeding more time. Hoping for something to get back into this thing. The driver's always going to work hard behind the wheel in this circumstance. Second place, trying to run down the leader. Briscoe's not giving up. But he's got nothing left underneath him by way of race car or speed. It's all Denny Hamlin in the 11. 6 laps to go. Briscoe picked up a little bit more time that last lap, but he's still 1.3 seconds back. He just lost so much ground over that 5 to 6, 7, 8 lap stretch. From about 13 to go to where we're at now at 6 to go. Lap car between the two. Briscoe will get by on the outside in turns 3 and 4. 5 laps left for Denny Hamlin. Still no change in the positioning order in the top 5 since last going through it. Again, Denny Hamlin leads, Chase Briscoe second, Eric Jones third, Austin Dillon fourth, Connor Zilic in fifth. 3.5 laps left for Denny Hamlin. Lead still about 1.3 seconds that last lap. The marginal gains that Briscoe's made over the last couple laps have only been by hundredths of a second again. No big chunks have been made up. Hamlin just wants to see that white flag at this point. That would make the next flag the final flag that would end the race, whether it would be the yellow or the checker. Got taken out of a win in an overtime finish at Kansas after leading late with about 2 to go, coming to the white flag as well because of an incident. So this thing is not over until at least we see the white. And Hamlin hasn't really had any tire or cording issues today, so I don't think we're going to have to worry about that. And of any tracks that we go to where there is tire fall off or any kind of cording, Hamlin usually the best, if not the best, when it comes to tire management. He'll be coming around to the white flag this time by. No caution lights on here. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go for Denny Hamlin. Not going to be a points-paying win to add on to his career win list, but multi-time All-Star Race winner is Hamlin, and he'll win the first one at Dover Motor Speedway. Now he's in coasting mode as he doesn't have to push hard to the finish anymore, and he's got a sizable gap over Chase Briscoe as he exits turn 4. Checkered flag in the air. Denny Hamlin, the 2026 All-Star Race winner, as he grows $1 million richer here this afternoon. Chase Briscoe in second, a 1-2 finish for Joe Gibbs Racing. Eric Jones in third, Austin Dillon fourth, and rookie Connor Zilic rounds out the top 5 in fifth. A 6th place finish for Austin Cindric, William Byron 7th, Michael McDowell 8th, Alex Bowman 9th, Noah Gragson rounds out the top 10 with Brad Keselowski in 11th, AJ Allmendinger 12th, Ryan Blaney 13th, Carson Hocevar 14th, and Ty Dillon 15th. 16th place, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 17th, Kyle Busch, Josh Berry 18th, Shane Van Gisbergen 19th, and Bubba Wallace in 20th. 21st, Daniel Suarez, Tyler Reddick 22nd, Christopher Bell 23rd, Ty Gibbs 24th, Joey Logano 25th, Kyle Larson 26th, rounding out the 26 cars that made it into the final segment in segment 3. Segment 1 winner, Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace, and segment 2 winner was Tyler Reddick. Neither of those two made it to the finish of today's race. Hour 33 minutes and 50 seconds that you see total time on the race was in segment 3 specifically. Quite a lengthy all-star race. It was already going to be the longest by way of laps and mileage, but added onto it with a couple of sizable crashes. 8 cautions total, 6 for incident. We didn't have a caution for incident. 9 cautions total. 7 for incident, only 1 of which, though, in the final 200 laps of segment 3 when the field was downsized. And 9 lead changes in segment number 3 alone. Only 14 laps of caution out of the final 200. Denny Hamlin, again, all-star race winner. Congrats to him. We'll have start times for next weekend streams in the community tab on the channel, and that will be uploaded later in the week. Next week will be Coke 600/Indy 500 weekend on the channel. We will be doing a live commentary stream for the Indy 500 beginning at 12:30 p.m. Eastern next Sunday afternoon before the Coke 600. So again, just want to state that while all of you guys are still watching right now. We will be doing a live commentary stream for the Indianapolis 500 next week, as well as other Cup, Truck, and O'Reilly Series racing from Charlotte Motor Speedway next week. Hope to see you for that one. Still awaiting the interview with Denny Hamlin before we hop out of here for the day. And then I'm going to have to get going here pretty quickly with this race going long. Extra long burnout for Denny Hamlin. You can tell this one means a lot. Winner of the points-paying race in Dover last season with Briscoe finishing second. Same 2-1-2 this year with Hamlin besting him for $1 million. Quite the burnout for Denny Hamlin. I'm in a little bit of a rush. If this keeps going any longer, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the race-winning interview out to you guys, so I apologize for that. He's parked at the end of the front stretch right now. I think his tires might be flat. I don't think he's going to be able to drive it back. It's quite the burnout for the 11. I stalled the engine out. I don't know what he did. Just sitting there right now. Yeah, I apologize, but I am going to have to step out here. I think Hamlin's... I think he stalled out. I don't think he's going to be moving anywhere anytime soon. A $1 million burnout, yes. Congratulations, Denny Hamlin, today's race winner. Hope to see you next weekend, Charlotte Indy 500 week. And thanks for tuning in here today. Be sure to hit the like button. If you haven't done so yet, subscribe for more related NASCAR content just like this and live commentary streams every weekend here on the channel. Catch you next time. Prime Video as well beginning for the Cup Series next week also. This was the final race on Fox, so it'll be cool to listen into some of the new commentary team for 2026. And again, have a good rest of your Sunday, everybody. Stay safe out there and see you next weekend.